Welcome to Divine Paralogue number 3 of the expansion content in Fire Emblem Engage. We previously, this week, showed off the maps for Tiki and Hector, and here we are with the third map for the Hero's Sanctuary. As with Tiki's map, it's giving me an estimate of about 20 turns. The previous maps we finished well ahead of the turn estimate, but kind of at a slow pace, my usual pace, I guess, of averaging maybe 4 or 5 turns an hour, even with a small party, so we'll see if we have time for anything other than this one map today, but I think we should just get right into it and take a look. So, nothing too much to say about the configuration coming from the previous map just yet, other than the fact that we have Hector now, and I decided to put Hector on Anna, something that we talked about in a previous stream, just to have him as an axe user. We'd previously been rotating the new emblems on my avatar, but I think we'll stick with Tiki there for now, and we'll see what happens. Now, if I do want to try out my new loadout with Anna, where I'm kind of building her with the heavy attack and with the brave axe that I've also now adorned with Hector's engraving, I'm going to see if we actually have a chance to give her a bit of a spin and see how this experiment turns out. However, we have been seeing some pretty small 8-person parties so far in the Divine Paralogue map, so that we might not actually have a lot of flexibility when it comes to the party configuration. Let's just get in there and see it. The Lonely Air.
Incredible! Another island among the clouds.
I can sense another bracelet near here. Quite close now, I'm certain. Ah!
Hero summoned! Emblem of Heroes!
And here we are with a character from Fire Emblem Heroes.
I am Veronica, Imperial Princess of Embla.
Hello,
Embla, Land of the
Veronica.
Emblems.
I'm the Divine
And
Dragon.
Fire Emblem Heroes, if anything, is completely on the nose.
It's an honor.
An honor. What a strange thing to say.
I'm honored to speak with such a
There's something very
distinguished
strange
emblem.
about seeing
There's nothing strange about that.
Fire Emblem Heroes content in Fire Emblem Engage. It seems like Engage is almost like the mainline series analog to Fire Emblem Heroes in terms of being a tribute assembling characters from across the series. In fact, it even involves some very heroes-like mechanics in terms of rolling for the rings, although, of course, mercifully without a cast shot. I remember almost nothing about the actual plot of Fire Emblem Heroes. I usually don't remember Fire Emblem plots very well, but this one was especially frivolous, I think, given that this is very circular. We're summoning emblems, she's summoning emblems. We'll summon each other in the end. I mean, I'm sure that maybe even the characters in this game and Engage themselves have been patched into heroes already, given that it is a bit of an ongoing business.
You can do that.
She can do that.
Yes, where I come from, when I came from, I developed somebody. Now I am the...
And you will make a fine pawn in mine, so I guess we're even. Victor commands to vanquish? Yeah, I mean, we'll win, so yes we do. Yes we do. Let's fight. Of course we want to fight. We know how things work by now. We'll earn the right to summon her whenever we please. Now, like I was saying, I remember almost nothing about Veronica or her role in Fire Emblem Heroes. I originally played Fire Emblem Heroes, the campaign content through once, back when the game launched on mobile. Paid nothing into it, sensibly. And it never really went back to it again. Although maybe I should farm some of my Nintendo points off of it at some point. Anyway, here is a map. We've got lots of islands. Notably, the sky is traversable by flyers. It is not impassable. You'll notice actually a couple of kill markers here where there's certainly been some air-to-air combat, perhaps. Would not be surprised if we saw aerial reinforcements come in from the corners here, because, you know, why else would you have ground tiles in the corners? And so, looks like we're probably going to keep our flyers in this one then, both Chloe and Ivy. I'm hoping to bench somebody from our core party in favor of Anna so I can try out the new Hector and Anna combination, but I really don't know how we'll get that to fit in. We got Ivy available, Jean Citrin. Let's take a look at what the enemy set is like, and also the boss herself. Veronica is going to be a mage, mystical, magic attacks all around, only magic attacks, and a fortified staff to heal up her retainers or attendants. Summon hero, used to summon a random unit. I don't know where she'll put it, but I guess that's maybe the central mechanic of this game, is that, you know, we summon emblems, she summons heroes, and we just kind of have at it somewhere in the middle. Level boost is not going to be relevant because we're not going to let her kill anybody, let alone 3. And reprisal, well, we just need to burn her down quickly. We'll need to calculate this, of course, when we face her. Because I guess the idea would be that if you need 2 or 3 attacks to chip her down, you start with the small ones first and work your way to the big attacks. Which is interesting, because it would make for an interesting combination, if this is an attainable skill, an interesting combination with the holdout skill from Leaf. Contract. What is this? Book of Worlds. Advances 1 stage for each consecutive round. So if she's just hanging around there, then every 5 turns she gets Book of Worlds max 5. I have no idea what that does. And she allows an ally to double attack, but double attack in a stationary location. Okay. Or use 2 abilities, rather, in a stationary location. So I guess it will be relevant to look at who she has around her. Brave Axe. Solar Lens and Spirit. Yeah, nothing too unconventional except Magic Blast. Oh, this must be the new Cannoneer class. We did see in the patch notes that this existed, but I didn't exactly know what form it would take. I have no idea what it does. It looks like it is an armored class, which is interesting, because it is basically an armored battle mage, which we have rarely ever seen in this series. Let's fly. Oh, let fly. Used to perform a guaranteed hit area of effect attack. So this is the person we should actually be afraid of, especially if Veronica gets him to attack twice from a single position. Guaranteed hit area of effect attack at the start of the next player phase. Unit loses the equipped weapon. So you basically throw out a book at somebody. Interesting. Well, we'll just have to burn it down before it becomes relevant. Yeah, so Cannonball, you only fire it once, so the speed 17 here is unlikely to matter. Also, range 3 to 8 is the thing that we need to be concerned about. I don't know if Let Fly is also going to follow the same range as the magic weapon range, but we should assume, unless we're told otherwise, it does. 3 to 8 means that we could also lock it down in location here and maybe do some kind of close approach to it, or snipe with Lynn's ability, which I think it might be a way to go. Also, sound is dead. Let me fix it up very quickly. That's rather too quick, given that we just started a stream. Give me 1 second. Don't know how much of the dialogue we lost, because I only Just notices blink out. And we'll just try to fix it up quickly the way we usually do. We haven't had that problem too much lately, but alas, it has returned. Okay, hopefully things will actually behave today. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, so we can loot him for money. Possibly we'll have access to Cannoneer class as well, but I'm not exactly sure when it was supposed to unlock. Or if it was something that we obtained through Fell Xenologue. Not clear to me at all. But anyway, we're going to take a look at that Silver Dagger. We've got Elixir here. So what are we actually facing then? Yeah, we'll have to figure out a strategy for this. I mean, warp some characters over, probably snipe it from a distance, snipe it from 10 range, or get in there and lock it down. Now, given that these flying islands are separated, I'm assuming that we actually need to do something like create a bridge, otherwise there's no point in standing here. Like, there's definitely something that you can fight with in the middle. Left branch and right branch. Probably one of those where you need to hit both the switches. I don't know if you need to hit them at the same time on the same turn, or if it can be separate. We could expect that potentially one of them spawns reinforcements as well, but the idea would be that it would create a bridge through the middle, hopefully joining here as well, so we don't need to loop all the way back. I would assume that like maybe it would create an additional platform in the middle here and maybe spawn some reinforcements down below, as far as we know, and then we get in there at this point. And yeah, one very noticeable thing here is that the Cannoneer is within range of covering the activation tile. Also, that the Cannoneer is likely to be healed up if we try to snipe it too quickly with Lynn's ability. And because we don't burn it down completely, it is going to be healed up, so. Now, as far as the enemy set here goes, in terms of magical and physical, let's take a look. No magic attacks down the left side, and so we discovered in the previous map, even a type effectiveness does almost nothing against Louis nowadays because his defense is just so incredible. So I think we can basically just get Louis to solo the left side almost. Nothing here is going to touch him, even this physical attack 70 here. We just need to make sure that we don't have any hidden spell weapons somewhere here or anything else. Yeah, nothing's going to make a dent, so. I think the idea then is we get Louis already conveniently standing here to come up and start punching. We get Seedall to maybe send him up and just draw everybody in and do a massive attack with Ike. Now we bust this down, we just kind of send him up here. He can handle himself, really. Maybe with an extra turn from Seedall from time to time. And we just send everybody else into the middle. Would be fun to use something like Pendro with Warp Staff here, with a multiple warp, with Micaiah's power, I think, but you know, we've got so few party members, we really can't afford to have any units who won't be very multi-purpose. Okay, right side here, it looks like we have some pretty heavy armor and a lot more mages, so I think having magic attackers who can also do physical damage is probably the right idea. And then we'll put Vela in the back because she's going to use her special power, probably. We probably do want Ivy in order to fly, although Citrin, of course, has Warp Ragnarok to close in on the enemy. probably do on Jean because we don't have a good defensive character other than... who is it? Louis on the other side. So everybody's pretty good with resilience here. The magic attackers, I think, are generally pretty slow. I don't think speed's too much of an issue here, so we can even burn them down before they become an issue. The only really speedy character is the Wolf Knight over here, who also has Hobble. We'll just need to knock that down quickly, and its physical attack is also not too bad. So I think if we're going to trade Anna in, we should actually bring her in for one of the characters in this cluster. Because she'll also be pretty quick. I was originally thinking of benching Ivy, but I think on a flying map we actually do want her to get around her bridges a bit and possibly free some characters. So unfortunately, I think we will have to bench Citrin in order to make this work. And then, yeah, Anna and Hector, I mean, she'll be kind of a frontliner eventually if we can get her up there. I don't think we'll be able to use Veil's ability on her first turn anyway. First turn is just all about getting up there in position and fighting. Notice that the Silver Blade could knock me back as well. How much damage does this do? 60. Yeah, we probably need to hit this from the back somehow. Possibly Anna can get here with Radiant Bow, but then you'd have somebody with 48 attack coming in. That would be not so great. However, we do have Hector's ability. 48 attack against her. Yeah, that's going to do about 30, and then she could get nuked after that. So she's going to be pretty fragile. I think maybe it's kind of a bad idea to bring her in here, but I do want to try her out and see what happens. Given that, you know, everybody on this side could hit her potentially quite hard. Well, we might as well experiment. I think we keep her in the back line until we can get in and attack with her, and we put Jean on the front line to start, especially because he's got tons of damage reduction, and the speed is not as much of an issue as it usually would be. Given that, I think even with Shielding Art, he's got speed 28. Yeah, nothing here will double him until you get to the Wolf Knight, so I think he's okay. And maybe we can nuke something here and there. So the question next is, do we want Veil on the right side and Cetl on the left, or the other way around, given that we will want them to be doing some positioning to blitz the enemy down? I think Cetl works well on the left, although of course he's got nobody to pass his stash of staves to. That's alright. I assume that we'll eventually rejoin the group anyway, so... Cetl in the back position as usual, because his movement range will allow me to pull ahead and do everything else. So I think we will just go with this. Let's do a quick inventory check. Yeah, Louis by himself, he should probably get... since he's not using magic attacks... No, we want to keep the Pure Water in case he gets within the Cannoneer range later, especially if he is... Let me take a look at the Cannoneer again, since this is relevant. Yeah, Cannoneer totally has coverage of these spaces over here. So if Louis is basically soloing the left side and getting to the activation tile, we do need to be aware of that. I also wonder if these pools are actually where reinforcements or summons are going to spawn. And we do need to watch out for that in case we have a magic attacker come out the left side. If the idea is to send Louis there virtually alone, we can always rescue him out with rescue staff. Maybe, but only if we have someone in position for that. Yeah, so... Area of effect attack. That's a little vague. I don't know how big an area it is. And it says to start of the next player phase. So yeah, it basically marks the location and possibly... Next player phase, though. So if it's activating this in the enemy phase, it will hit me immediately before I can move. As it would throw the cannon at me. So only 35 magic attack, though, so I think we're going to be fine. Even with Louis. Because Louis' resilience is kind of capped out at 14 already. He'll take some damage, but he's not going to be hit by literally anybody else, so let's just roll with this and save. Inventory check, right? Yeah, we don't need all these saves to Seedall, but he doesn't do anything else for me except get other characters to run around. I almost think maybe we should, with a small party, think about benching Seedall for the first time since I obtained him. Since he gives me some flexibility, but with a small party it actually kind of narrows your technical choices to always using one character twice. But the positioning really, really helps, so I think we'll stick with things as is. Yeah, too bad about benching Citrin. She's been a fantastic performer so far. We'll switch Ivy and Citrin's rescue stave so we have an extra charge of rescue. We also have a spare rescue staff, but we'll keep it for some other time. And if Citrin's over there, Jean can maybe use the mend staff, but yeah, do we want mend and obstruct? Maybe so. Yeah, I guess we have our staff users basically concentrated on the right side, but silence might actually be useful. Maybe more useful than obstruct here. Yeah, given the amount of staff users on the right side, I think this might actually be right. Because looking at the positioning here, we're not really going to have any one-tile chokes that we can use. Maybe on the bridges, so let me take a look at this. Actually, bridges are one tile, so we should stay with obstruct. Obstruct is in fact going to be very good with one tile. So let's go back to that. And we wanted to trade off the mend, didn't we? Since Citrin is sitting this one out. Okay. As usual, setup phase took me way too long. But we're going to go with it. Anna's hammer might be a little bit redundant with Hector's power, but no, we'll want it available, especially on the right side where we have a lot of armored units. Okay, let's save and go. Last check for positioning. Yeah, Veil on the bottom here, Ivy in the top corner to hit. Jean can't really go far enough, and Anna can't go up and hit, but that should be okay. Wonder if I should get rid of Longbow in place of Hammer, actually. Longbow might be better, because if she's fighting spellcasters... yeah, because she has the Radiant Bow anyway for anti-armor. Longbow might actually be smarter here. And we can grab this one off of Alchrist, perhaps. Because this will allow you to double up. Yeah, because then she can actually snipe some of the spellcasters from time to time. Wait, 12... Yeah, I mean, Alchrist isn't here, so, you know, he can't object to this. Let's grab the Longbow in place of the Hammer. We've got plenty of alternatives to the Hammer, and we have Hector's power, so I think this is going to be the smarter thing to do. If Alchrist comes back into the party, we'll always have the option of switching that back. However, let's take a look here. Anna's initial attack with the Longbow would be 41. It would do 0 damage against this guy, so it's not actually that useful. but it's going to be useful as an anti-magic weapon, and I think that's going to be primarily what we're going to be going for with that. If she needs to stay out of range. Okay. Yeah. Every weapon's going to count here with such a small party, so we'll save it up and finally proceed. Okay, there's the cannoneer. Artillery shells with a long distance, we'll need to mark that range. Different appearance than usual.
Divine One, I fear it may be impossible for us to reach Emblem Veronica on this terrain.
Well, not with my Air Force, we don't. So now do we hit them at the same time?
Use these tiles to reach my position.
Why, thank you, Veronica.
We should split into teams and head for the activation tiles.
I think Vander's not really the most reliable tactician here, but let's do it.
Once I defeat you, poor thing.
Okay, so let's see what she does here. She's gonna roll. Get something bronze level, perhaps. Oh, okay. Alright, that's a lot more to deal with than I expected. Who do we have here? Okay, so these are unspecific characters. I don't know if they're supposed to represent anybody. No, they're just generics. So basically we can't spend too long. And then what does this Book of Worlds do again? Advances one stage. I still don't know what the Book of Worlds does, unless it's this book here. No. Okay, let's fight. Spent way too long on this already. Okay, Flashing Fist, Fracture, Fortify. Let's watch out for that. Especially because now if the mage comes over, then we'll have to snipe it off quickly, I think, so we can, in fact, continue to tank everything with Louis and Ike alone.
Here goes.
Can I do a ranged attack here? Yes, I can, but won't quite get me as much as I need.
This isn't so bad.
However, we do, in fact, need both units in order to hit. So I think the idea... Then, how many movement points do we have in Seed all? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that we get Louis to hit first. We use Seed all to repeat with him. We pull Seed all back. Then we get... Oh, no, you can't do that because Silver Great Lance is actually going to push it back. So we would need to hit it with something that's not the Great Lance. Or we engage now, since we're going to engage anyway, and then hit with one of Ike's weapons in order to just cut through it. If we have anything that will do the job, we don't. Okay, so no need to do that. In that case, we will probably hit with Veronica. And then we have 28 points remaining, which means that I can hit 2 range over here after having used Seed All plus Canter to get Ike to repeat. Now, the question is, Brave Sword with a double attack, can we suffer through that attack? As the Divine Dragon here, 32. Yeah, it's got 31 attack, so I'll actually survive it just fine. Silver Sword, in fact, doesn't do much either. We'll be okay. I'm just thinking, you know, in case we open up this location here and leave my avatar exposed down below, if we will be fine. We do have to take care of this silver bow, though. But even so, it's going to have to move within Ike range to do that, so we're okay. Alright, so then the last thing to
mysterious.
keep in mind here
Let's
is
go.
what Chloe's going to do this turn, which is... She able to hit with a flame lance? Yes. The crit 14 is maybe not as much as I would like. However, if she's just able to kill this in the first place with the killer lance and 69% crit, I think she's actually just able to kill it. And if she's just able to kill it, then we have a lot more flexibility with Ike in terms of just running him up all the way. But yeah, because I think she can just kill it directly. If she kills it directly, then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, then we just run Ike up further and perhaps even get him to kill something else. And then stand way back. It'll be functionally the same thing, I think. Except, no, we should chip down this guy first and with the tomahawk. If we're able. Let's see what they will do here. Either that or we use our engage ability to snipe somebody else completely on a first turn, which I think might be advisable. 25% hit in return, I think that's going to be fine. Now, let's say we do get some kind of sniper winner. Let's just do a damage check to see who she can hit.
Engage.
With Astra, she's able to take out the mage here immediately, and I think that's probably going to be the best play. Yeah, because she's not really going to be one-shotting anybody else, but one-shotting that one solves potentially quite a few problems. It's just Elwyn, though. It's not even that serious a concern. But anyway, then let's just stick with plan A here. Do what we originally said. It's going to be Veronica, so we don't push this back. Let me make sure we do a range check on the bow and the dagger for that matter. 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if this area is vacated. So let's see. Longbow, that's going to be free range on that. So let's say we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3. Okay, so as long as we push, or rather pull Seedon back at least one spot, we're going to be fine. So we're going to dance here and pull back one space. We get in here and hit it. Okay, so now we can actually just stand here. It looks like worst case, we'll just get both the Swordmaster and the Bow Knight down here to try to do a snipe, but we can actually stomach that just fine, so the idea should be to draw in as many attackers within 2 range as we can. The ideal spot to do that probably be here. Why are these not marked? Thief coverts. Are there any treasure chests I need to be aware of? I don't see them. Okay. Interestingly enough, then... Oh, because they just stay in place. Since they stay in place, I should actually make sure we get within range with Ike's ability. Go here. And when the axe comes in, it comes in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because then we can just knock down as much as we can. So we're going to go here. And then probably just prioritize outgoing damage. Although, yeah, unit types here, not much armor, so let's not worry about type effectiveness. Yeah, Ragnall's just going to be within 2 spaces, I think. Or Ether, rather, is going to be within 2 spaces. We'll go Irvin. So yeah, this guy might attack in. He'll do very little. This one might attack in with a longbow. I'm not concerned. I guess he'll be out of Ike's range, that's the only thing. So realistically, he might not actually hit that much, but we'll see what happens. Okay, Chloe and Lynn, let's get up here. Maybe tap that. No, we'll do the Astra snipe up there. Either that or we could actually drop doubles as well. Let's see what we can do in terms of spacing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we don't want to stand too close here. Let's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We cannot get within longbow range, that's the only thing. Longbow actually has a pretty considerable range. No, because you can always canter out. So that's fine. She'll just canter out of range. And the longbow won't be able to hit. I think this should work anyway. Yeah, because then we pull out by 1. Master Storm. Snipe this guy. Pull out by 1.
A good wind.
Okay, back by 1. Yeah, I guess it's something like Fracture Staff that's on the outside. In terms of the range marker. Okay, now let's see what we can do here. Again, looks like Jean can't really get in close enough. I think it's probably not worthwhile to try to use Veil's ability this turn. Given that the positioning just doesn't work. However,
I smell gold.
And then Hector potentially. Yeah, Longbow's not going to do anything this turn, so we'll hang back.
I hear you.
Ivy and Corin, if they can hit, that'd be great, because then we can just park them behind Jean. In fact, that is going to kill directly, which is ideal. Because that's going to do more damage to Jean than anything else. In that case, physical attack 48 coming in, I think. Yeah, we'll probably go Shielding Arts.
Yes.
Do I have, what is this, Vantage on it or Alacrity? Alacrity. So we'll go over here. And we'll play for damage reduction, although the only physical attacker is going to be this guy, so it's not really even that huge a concern. As long as we don't have speed issues. Yeah, because Jean doesn't have any kind of range counter, so Alfire will just hit. He'll just have to take it. But the idea will be to hit with Corin first and then maybe pull back a spot. Unless we can get some Thoron going. No, I think we'll just take out a tank. Always fly over here and try to attack into the left as well, but I think we'll hit this and maybe pull out into the middle location here, assuming that we're able to do so. Yeah, no, we'll just park her behind. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to bust this down immediately.
Nothing left of you.
And probably pull back 1 spot. Two, three, four. Yeah. Basically, Jean will park in the same spot here. And we'll just back him up. And these are, yeah, it's Hellfire. I think this is a 3-range attack. It's got Hell Thunder on this side. We'll get out of the Hell Thunder range since we can't counter it. I'll put Jean up here. We can even chain guard with him. Not that it'll be that effective if he's taking the brunt of this himself. And 3 defense here should be fine. Maybe we could have just doubled up on the first turn, but that's okay. No, we'll save it for when we can actually get everybody to do a double attack. Which means we'll just park everybody else on the outside. I don't know whose staff we're here detecting in terms of range. But it is somebody. Oh yeah, the 10 range on this guy, fracture. Yeah, that's what it is, because we add fracture to the movement range of this character.
Let's go.
And we will move and over here. Just thinking about the positioning here in terms of what will work best for our next turn. I mean, we want them both in as close as possible, so we'll put them both in. Probably should switch to Thoron with her just to get a range settled. Nobody's going to do a thing. Totally immune. In fact, they are going to cluster in as planned. And bust that guy down pretty quickly on the next turn. Now, we have to watch out for the backup attack damage. That's something that we absolutely shouldn't forget. We'll potentially be able to hit quite a few units here. Depending on, yeah, great. That's exactly what I wanted for the longbow to come in and prioritize Louis instead. Like a total chump.
Don't stand in my way.
We'll see how much damage Ether's going to do here. Yeah, he can just basically stand there and tank that position while I kill everything else behind him. We will need to take out as many of these as we can, though, before everybody decides to reverse their attack into me. So this is actually a good time for Chloe to do drop doubles. Assuming we don't have any ranged attackers to deal with over here, which we don't. In fact, everybody here is in melee, which is great, because it means that she can totally blockade this position. Just completely blockaded, in fact. Alright, we'll deal with that in a moment. Let's do this side first. Yeah, because I think Chloe going drop doubles is going to be the play for sure. Flyer's only onto pool, so yeah, she can obstruct basically this whole location here, like drop this cross. After having already attacked, so we get Seedle up and running. Yeah, we do need to take out these guys. These ones, if they sit here or whatever, Brianna can probably just take them out as a counter. Very easily, in fact. So we'll just take out all three, likely prioritizing the bow, I think. We'll determine that in a moment. We hit something up here, and Seedle gets me to hit a second thing. Seedle can just park in here, so he's just going to be pretty much untouchable. Yeah, we should be able to take out all three easily then. Bow first, for sure. assuming, yeah, everybody's pretty low defense. I don't think the specific kill order is going to matter at all here.
I can take on anyone.
Okay. Yeah, because Chloe can do a canter or something. Oh, yeah, no, she can totally hit this guy. And pull back. And then get Seal to get in position, and then that way you don't get into issues with this guy's longbow hitting anyone critical. In fact, she might even be able to just kill the longbow, which she'll be able to do without taking a hit, and then you resolve that issue. And then she can run over and do drop doubles. I would leave probably the axe alive. And I think that's fine. I don't think she's under threat at all. I mean, what will realistically happen is that somebody's going to attack into the doubles and then try to attack her. So maybe we should try to take out these two, but the AI can be a bit strange sometimes with things like that. So we will do longbow first. It'll solve a couple of problems. And we'll pull her back.
I can't retreat now.
Yes, you can. This is a sky position, so yeah, we need to make sure that her location is reachable by Seedall. And then she would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop a quad. So we could park up here. In fact, I've got a ranged attack. That's even better. And look at that, Woogles IO, happy OMG Words Day. Welcome Cesar and company. Hope the tournament stream went well. I did see the notification for the rapid tournament today, and I just couldn't make it on time myself, but I hope all of you folks coming in with the Woogles stream had an excellent time over there. And that much scrabbling was had. So welcome in. Do let me know how the tournament went. And we'll continue attempting to untangle this rather less verbal turn-based mess that we found ourselves in here. Okay, anyway, she's going to go here and drop doubles. Oh, she can also just kill this directly, but I don't know that we'd want to do that immediately. Yeah, you'd actually want to switch into a melee attack here in case somebody is going to be coming in. Yeah, actually, let's switch this up. Berserker, Martial Master. Okay, so she's coming in here, she drops the quad, and then the item that she should probably be using then is going to be the Killer Lance. In case anybody tries to attack her face on. Call doubles here. Then we stand either here or here. We do need to take out this guy, I think, and block this position. In fact, if we also block this, then we prevent some flanking issues, but no, we'll go here. And that's an easy poke. Well, yeah, because in case the 80% misses, then we can continue to stand here and obstruct. Alright, that's done. This side. So everybody's kind of out of range here, but this might be a good turn to really kind of blitz everything down. So let's see how that's going to work. We would need Vale to go last and end up in a position where she can reactivate all three other attackers. And we definitely want to have Jean up front to do that. So, in order to have three standing side by side, we'd have one person here, and probably our flyer over here, which means our flyer would need to get a kill on this side. Well, a little bit touchy there in terms of our range, but or you could have Jean punch the second one here and have our Ivy attack in with this instead, except that's not going to do quite enough either. Or we can, yeah, the problem with having Jean and Anna take the 2 kills is that we don't get them in position for Vale to slip in here and double them, so we are going to, well, we'll get the one shot that we know that we have, which is going to be this one here. 82%, I think L-Surge can do better if we can actually get the kill. Whoops. Except we can't. It's going to be a little bit off in terms of damage, so we'll just stand in front of it, I think, and then we know that Jean should be able to take this out with Divine Fist. Yeah, actually, I don't think we can do the double attack this turn in because Jean's just in too far back a position. However, if Anna is able to take this one down using perhaps the spell bow, so this has got resilience 18. Radiant bow is going to be speed 32 against it, which is going to double it. It'll be 44 over 18. That's what, 26? 26 and 26? Yeah, that'll actually do it. So she'll use the spell bow, she'll take this out. That means she would have to stand in this back position here. We'd have to have Jean come front and punch an Ivy back here. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of turn wasting anyway, but oh, she doesn't even need to use the spellbow necessarily. Just trying to think of the most efficient turn order here. Yeah, because possibly no, this is not a good turn to use it. Now we'll just wait till next turn. We need to get into a more central position first and probably save the double move for when we're further in. Doesn't make sense to do it now. That raises the question of who we're going to send up here. Probably Jean again. And we'll get the physical attackers to come in up front, but it's just going to be melee attack in either direction. So if he's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he's just going to defend a bridge, and we'll be fine. So Jean moves last so he can get up here, which means that we'll go with a plan very similar to the one we had originally. In fact, if Jean moves into that position, he can use his heal on Ivy. Yeah, we'll just hold position here, I think. That'll make sense. And then Hector over here, as predicted, with Radiant Bow. We'll just come in. We're going to be a little bit laggard on this map here, but we'll just get around a choke point and continue. Then we're probably going to switch back to shielding art on this one, so we can sustain damage from the cavalry coming in. Again, we have to watch out for backup attacks. That's the thing that I always forget to calculate. We do not have backups here until the lance comes in, though, so I think we're fine. What we should do then is Commander for 14. Yeah, we might as well. I mean, a Dragon Vein from her next turn would also do the trick, but we'll do it. Okay, next move. I guess if Veil can't actually be hit here except by the magic attacker that will come in. Yeah, this is magic 47. Okay, no, it's thunder though, so we would need to switch her over to Thoron in order to fight back. Otherwise, she can't actually hit back. That's a consideration I should have had here too. But yeah, she'll basically give damage reduction to Jean by way of adjacency, so switching her over to Thoron is the right idea. Oh, and everybody's done. Okay. 4% hit, and unfortunately... Oh, no, that's fine. My doubles are fighting back and able to take everything out. At the expense of experience, but at this point, you know, this is post-game. We don't care so much about the experience gain anymore. Our main team is already starting to outpace the content somewhat, as we can see here. At about a 30% crit on it too, which is amazing. Yeah, so turns out Chloe plus Louis are, as usual, going to be an amazing choice here. As we get up here and poke some more. Anyways, Seedal and Sigurd, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so Louis gets up here, pokes, and then continues. And can just push on up. We've got a couple of doubles in Chloe, which means that we will be able to kill more on this side as well, probably. Oh, you know what? We can just take out this whole cluster this turn, probably. So let's just figure out who's attacking who. Killer Lance, we've got a 60% crit. I'm confident we'll be able to take that. And the question is, who do we take out with Avatar here? Probably this guy. It's going to break him as well. The question is, can we take out the Great Axe with something like the Flame Lance? Or indeed any of the bows? Killer Lance would do it, I think. Bit of a risk. Actually, no. The return hit on that is 19%. I think we'll be fine. And if we're not fine, we'll compensate accordingly. And besides, the dagger doesn't move. Worst case, we'll just bring Ike back here and have him do his business. So, do we want to stand here, or do we want to stand one tile over? In the interest of having Seedal come in and double up on somebody, Seedal doesn't need to reach Chloe after she hits. So she hits, she pulls back, I think. So yeah, okay, we'll do it this way.
This time, victory was mine.
And that's a 12% return anyway, even if we did have to suffer through a counterattack, which we obviously didn't. Alright, now... Yeah, Chloe and Lynn at this point... Oh yes, because we get the adjacency bonus from the companion here as well, which is great, because it means that if this fails, we are perfectly fine. Anyway, 63% crit, hopefully one of our hits will do it. And we'll just pull back 2 slots. Either that, or we actually attack this one first, because then we'd be able to hit this and then hand her over. Yeah, I think the idea is that we want Chloe to transfer over to the right side to help out the right side group, because that one's going to be a much bigger concern, judging by what I'm seeing right now. Although, of course, we have to account for the fact that Veronica is likely to spawn more emblems on us at some point with additional summons that are going to come through the middle, and we'll have to manage them accordingly. So, given that, I think let's just see what we're dealing with. Oh, although the special dance does boost her stats, doesn't it? Let's see what it does again. Special dance, dexterity, speed, luck. No, it doesn't really affect much of anything, except of course maybe the crit. So, all right. In that case, let's do flame lance first. Actually, that leaves 1 point remaining, so that's not as good as I thought it would be. The spear, oddly enough, does kill, but that's on the assumption that the backup attacks all land, which at 80% they really don't tend to. Killer bow has the 42% crit. So let's see. What do we have? The killer lance. What did the Manikati do anyway? Brave lance definitely does it. 40 by 2 is 28, 28. Oh yeah, that's 56, and then we just need one of the attacks to land. So I think we will do it this way. And then pull back by 1 spot. Let me see where Cedal's going to stand here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then double. Okay. Let's stand here. And just get a guaranteed kill. Somewhat guaranteed anyway. Just gonna poke the guy to death. Okay, we'll maintain this position. And we'll double her up. Yeah, we need to figure out where Cedal's going to stand after he uses his ability. Probably going in 3 spaces up here, just to maximize his reach. I think that would make the most sense. Now we are pretty confident she'll be able to get this kill. If she doesn't, then disaster. But yeah, 17 by 2, 34, 34. Yeah, she's easily able to do this with Brave Lance. In fact, it just tells you on the left side, 68 damage, 100%. It'll happen.
Excuse me, next one's mine. Save one for me! I can't retreat now.
Okay, and we'll shove her over to the right side because we'll want to do the transfer. Louie and Ike, I want them to continue moving over to the left, so we want to get as much distance here as we can. And 39% hit, though. I think we can do better than that. 88% hit. Actually, none of the hit rates are very good. Thankfully, this one doesn't move. So, you know what? We'll just roll the 80-something% and be done with it. Could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
You'll get no sympathy from me.
Or from me. How does he loop back to level 9 already? I guess he just wrecked everybody the previous map, so. Yeah, because I already kind of put a second seal on him once, and he's already looped back to level 9, so. Definitely one of the most reliable characters we had in this continuing adventure. Yeah, once again, I think the idea will be to save Vale for doing this cluster up here. Doesn't make sense to burn it too quickly because she's basically sitting on her hands for 3 turns waiting to use it again. So the question is, how do we kill all 3 of these quickly? I think once again that we probably want Jean to take the bridge if we can. He's still doing pretty good in terms of hit points here. Now Anna's movement here is a little bit limited, so... And Longbow's not going to do much, but if Ivy moves out of the way first... Longbow... Yeah, it's not going to double on this guy, that's the main thing, so I think what we should prioritize is trying to knock this one down. Which we can do. I think we can do it even as Veil. With... Yeah, it's a bit of a fast attacker, but... You know... Yeah, I think maybe we need 2 attackers on this one. And we'll just need to inch Jean over slightly to control position slightly further down the bridge. Because that might not go as well as I hoped. Does this have a ranged attack? Yes, it does. We've got to watch out for the spear. So L-Surge is going to kill it, but at the cost of taking some return damage. You definitely want spell damage on this guy. Yep, both of them will do it. And we'll pull back probably 1 spot.
Rest now.
Okay, that's done. And we want to be out of range of the spear, so we'll pull back here. Okay, let's see what we can do with Anna. I think without being able to double up on this guy, not as much as I hoped, but how many movement points does she have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's as close as she can get. If we go Killer Bow and hope for the crit, it's actually not going to do enough. It's going to do an additional 30 if we do it this way, and nothing will change if I put Hector on. What we can do, however, is look at our options here. And we'll try to prioritize hit rates if we can. That would be Misericord. Yeah, we'll just knock this guy down with 2 units instead. Pretty simple. And we'll keep her in position here. I think that'll be best. Then we should be... Oh, whoops. Is my calculation off by 1? It is off by 1. That's very unfortunate. I mean, we didn't really calculate it properly in the first place. That's the problem. Okay, that's fine. Let's just go kill our bow and hope for the best. Yeah, because that's the thing that would give me the highest likelihood of actually getting a kill. So 66% effectively. But if it crits, it crits. And if it doesn't, we've got Jean. I mean, 66% is an incredible crit if you think about it. If we really wanted to guarantee it, we could have done the engage ability with Hector, but instead, interestingly enough, shielding art is actually going to do enough damage for me to stay in shield form, which is good because this guy's going to come in with the spear and give me a bit of a whack. Now let's check his speed, actually. 28 speed here. 27 speed, okay. That'll do. .500 avoided attacks later. Where are we now? Well, we're going to send this group over to right, I think. Chloe also has the flexibility to just kind of cut through the middle here and retain the ability to maybe poke and prod up here first. But we'll see what we need, because getting rid of these 2 units should be quick. Hey, you know what? Let's try out my new Anna setup with Brave Axe. Well, it's not nearly as good as I thought it would be. Because she's not outspeeding this, that's why. With Brave Axe, she's only got speed 26. Got speed 25, so not actually that good. However, she goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, she's not really going to double on either of these, but... What do we go? Killer Axe here. That'll break it. That'll probably kill it as well, but that's a bit of a random roll. Let's see who we would rather hit with. Yeah, so Vale's just going to kill this one outright. Or not. Well, she'll get close. Bolganon's going to kill this outright. Except it's going to take some return damage, so I think... Ideally... The thing to do is actually... I have to go Anna here. Yeah, because that'll break. And we're counting on the Killer Axe getting the crit, so we'll do it. I built her as a crit specialist in the first place. I think we're trying to pull with Hector in the Brave Axes. Just a bonus. Now, do we want to get within range of any of these other attackers? Wolf Knight's going to come in. I think we should pull the Wolf Knight. Sure, so Zhang can stay back. Time being, while we figure out how best to take this out. Silver Dagger is going to take a little damage in return, so I think maybe it's best to soften this up with a Thoron or something first. We can. Yeah, any of the physical attacks here will work. Actually, you know, I can use Ivy this turn to drop the Dragon Vein and get everybody healed up. And in the interest of doing that, I think it's better if I... 3, 4, 5... try to get the kill with Vale instead. And we can just heal up the damage immediately, so not a problem. And we'll pull her up 1 spot. So the idea will be we pull the Wolf Knight. The Shielding Arts, I got Defense 38. I'll be very nearly impenetrable. Actually, since the Silver Dagger is the only weapon that's going to have 2 range, it's going to do 0 damage. The Hobble may not even... Oh no, it's only if it initiates combat. It's not damage dependent, so Hobble is going to affect Jean's movement going into the next turn, but we'll just have to soak it and deal with it. Go here. Then Ivy can drop the Dragon Vein here and heal up the whole party. Okay, great. That's it. That's not it. Oh yes, we have to move this side. Okay. If I get Seed all over here, Louis over here, that'll be best for getting Louis in a position to start punching up over here. So Seedle goes over here, we double. Louis would then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then probably hit with a Brannock. Since this is against a Tomahawk, that makes a lot of sense. So we bring him up here. Now, see it all. Do we want to push him forward or pull him back? Well, that depends on what we're going to do with our other characters back here, I think. Since the intention is to send them over to the right side. I don't know, because we could potentially have some issues with reinforcements here. It might not be a good idea to just leave Louis all by his own lonesome in case there is somebody like a small attack who shows up. But if we're worried about that, I think we just send Chloe up through the middle as a flyer and kind of have her within reach of both locations. Indeed, she could even grab the Astra right away and start getting to work on the Cannoneer. Which, as we can see here, because the Cannoneer is limited by where it is able to walk, it does have a certain vulnerability within its attacking zone. Oh yeah, so we need to do the counter first. Yeah, we'll put it down here. So we'd really be kind of committing to this idea. I guess we can break it, but it's going to fight back anyway, so no real point. We'll stay on Brannock.
It's tea time. I
And
can
look
take
at that.
on anyone.
Got the crit. You can take on quite a bit, that's for sure. Silver Bow's going to be within 2 range as well, so, you know, he'll do just fine against that cluster. I'm going to send my avatar over to the right side, I think. Hopefully not get totally trapped here, but then we'll be within rescue staff range if it does come to that. And we'll send Chloe straight upstairs. Yeah, she's on the last turn of her engage ability, so doubles are going to drop out after that, but then she's within range to potentially hit on this side. Do a hit and run next turn. Okay, that's looking fine. I wonder if there's any kind of visible counter on Veronica. I guess maybe the Book of Worlds thing is the countdown for when she's able to summon units. I'm actually not clear on this. But that would make sense. If it needs to advance to 5 or something for that. I have no idea what that does. It's completely unclear to me. But anyway, everybody's coming in here. It should not take too long for Louis to build up his ability again. Particularly go Great Lance and just knock this out.
And so your tale ends.
Yeah, he's just going to play by himself up there. And Seedall's not even going to do that much here this turn. In fact, I should have kept Seedall up here just so we could continue to advance with Louis, since he's now kind of out of position for everything. But that's okay. Chloe and Lynn probably just fight the dagger over here and then pull back. Not going to get the kill though. But she would be able to do so on a counterattack as long as we don't get caught by the Wolf Knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, she would kind of get caught. Although, let's take a look at its range. No, you hit here, you pull back 2 spots. I think she's fine. Except this guy would be here. So, Maybe we can't attack into this all that safely. However, we would be able to maybe land on top of this spot here, and then Wolfnet comes in. Notice that with this character here, defense is a little lower than the resilience. So let's take a look at what this attack would do. Because let's say we're going spear. It's not going to kill unless we get a 6% crit, but that would take it out most of the way. Flame Lance is a little better in terms of hit chance, but probably not what we need. So that potentially does 17 to her. Well, that will do 17 to her. It's a pretty high hit rate. But does 17 to her this turn, 17 to her the next turn is 34. How much is this going to do? Silver Sword, Silver Dagger. So either a 39 or 37. And it does potentially hit her movement. What about this guy? This would hit hard. So we probably don't want to mess with this guy. However, he's actually not able to hit this location. Oh, runes are impassable, so you can't even go there, so never mind. You can't actually hit from this location anyway, so she'd have to go here. She'd potentially be able to pull back into a location that can only be hit by one of these, but not both? I don't know. No, she's going to hit by both, and that does mean potentially... Yeah, 39 attack on that, 49. It'll be very similar. She'll be knocked down pretty low, but I think she's able to sustain it. So I think we'll go spear simply because it is going to be a little better against this one. Marginally. She should be able to take out both this turn and then also stomp on this tile here. We'll stay on this tile, in fact. Because as long as this guy doesn't reach... Oh yeah, also the Mage Cannoneer, we have to watch out his range. Cannot forget this. Yeah, so actually because of this guy's range, it is absolutely imperative that we stand on this square. Okay, have to watch out for that. Let's not forget. But then we're going to reload her ability this turn. The spear. We'll stay. Yeah, both of these are going to attack in and we'll be fine. In fact, we'll take out the side in no time. Which means Seal should go over here. Actually, we could always use the engage ability with Sigurd to just run all the way over. We've almost never bothered to use the Sigurd ability, in fact. So perhaps for once we can. As we go engage, she can go pretty far. All the way up here, in fact, so we would basically run up 2 spots, repeat. And yeah, that'll help quite a bit, actually, taking out the right side cluster. And so can Chloe and Louis handle themselves up here? Yeah, they probably can, I think. And if not, then we can always run around all over the entire map with Zeedol and worry about that later. So, go 2 spots. I should have actually given Chloe the Tiki Stone when I had a chance, because she's the one who is roaming so far out of position that she's likeliest to require revival. But let's run over here and dance. In fact, run all the way over here as well. And so we'll basically blow up the right side as quickly as we can. I think we can do it, especially next turn. We can bring Seedle all the way up. And then at that point probably use Veil's ability to double everybody else. So let's figure it out. Wolf Knight, as before, is maybe the going concern here. I think we just get in there and just and try to whack this guy. Yeah, okay, now we're seeing the Brave Axe, and action is going to do 31 by 2, however, that's a 70% hit, which is not great. And if it misses, we are potentially in some trouble, but she's not going to do anything else this turn, so we might as well just do it. So let's take a look at this guy's defensive statistics. I mean, other best option here is to just hold the bridge here and use the fists. The problem with that is that we're kind of stuck on a choke point for a bit longer, so I think we will take this risk. We can always heal her up. 70% hit, we'll see if it happens. Okay, so one miss. Whoa, 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 whoa. 16% crit, okay. That was a mistake. I guess that's what happens when you reduce her dodge stat to 0 using the Hector ability. This is our first death in ages. First reset in ages. Let's reset out of that. Bad idea. Can't remember the last time I actually lost a unit on the player turn as well. That almost never happens. Let's reverse. Okay. We should have watched the 16% crit. And yeah, the 70% miss actually did turn out to be serious on the Brave Lance because it is a separate roll. For the 2 hits of the Brave Axe, it's not one roll covering the double attack. So, that was a mistake. Let's not do that again. So we can do things a safe way. We can also reduce its stats a little bit. We want to... yeah, it's still got a pretty deadly crit from a fire, so... And also just go Thoron against it to knock it down slightly. It's going to be 29 from her. Pretty low hit chance from Ivy, though, so I think the best bet is actually going to be doing things the cautious way with John. And even that's not going to be a guaranteed hit, but at least even... yeah, it's a 0% crit in return because, you know, John has a sensible dodge percentage. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Divine Fist, Flashing Fist. If Divine Fist works, we'll use Divine Fist, so we avoid certain other issues. But calculating incoming damage. Let's see if we can snipe this with Ivy and then pull back. That's the ideal way to play it.
Unforgivable.
Yeah, so a bit of an embarrassing thing we tried with Anna just now. Having to reverse the time crystal on the player turn, which, you know, a lot of egg on our face there. Okay, so is nobody able to hit in this spot? I think I can't actually see my range indicator, that's the thing. Oh yeah, actually, no, here. This is still out of range of everybody, so yeah, we'll move her in this way. Wait here. This will come in that way. So if the only unit that'll come in is the El Thunder one, then we can actually afford to send a Veil up front a little bit and have her fight Thoron versus Thoron. Lightning versus lightning, I should say. Yeah, we can do it. What could possibly go wrong? Let's check her speed here. Speed's not going to work, or rather matter for lightning attacks anyway, so we will wait. And move on up. Yeah, as expected. Was I expected to go down to 25? Let's see that. I'm a little concerned, actually, about the damage we're taking there. Yeah, it's close. That's way too close. I miscalculated. I would do a lot better than that. So definitely can't take any chance with that cannon.
Enjoy dying.
Okay, so she's going to summon. Is it going to be in the same location? We're going to find out. Okay, we'll pull out of there. We're not going to mess with that when I have so few points of health remaining. However, are there any magic attackers? There are not, which means if we play this cautiously, we just continue pushing in with Louis, and we'll have no problems. No problems at all. Look at that, Louis already refreshed his ability completely, because that's the kind of thing he does. Now, if we snipe, do we have room to pull back and continue? Not clear on that. Because otherwise that will heal up. But this is going to be movement 6 with Silver Sword. Let's take a look at where they're actually going to go. So this is flyers only. This guy can't move very far. The Griffinite, though, would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and potentially hit. Or 6 and potentially hit. So hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would hit everything up to this triangle here. Except this is impassable, so that's fine, because we can just tuck ourselves behind it. So I think Chloe can therefore hit like this. 97%, please. Yeah, that would be a lot wiser.
A right and proper end.
And we'll pull out with her this way. And she will be unhittable in this position. And then we need to fly her to safety, so we can heal her up somewhere that we have heals. Now, do we want to engage right away with Ike and take out all 3? We can. But I think I'd rather save it for when we have a bigger cluster. So, in the interest of seeing whether we can do it, we're going to use Branak with the low hit percentage over here. Get this guy out if we can.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Which wasn't very long. Alright. I mean, we'll see if there's a reinforcement summon on this side, I suppose. Because if a group was just summoned there, I wonder if we're going to have to bother with one over here. Ideally, I mean, everybody's going to cluster on Louis and he'll survive, but if they don't, then you just kind of lead them back to the right side and proceed from there. So, also, we can see what are the ranges on a rescue staff, because if we go rescue on Chloe fairly quickly, 8 range. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Ivy can rescue her. And Seedall can even get in there to get the heal. But I think it's better to play it patiently, though. And now Veil can even activate 4 attackers if we need. Because Seedall can go all the way up. Okay, in that case, let's see how we can deal with everything here. And if we don't need to use Veil's ability yet, we should hold off on it as an emergency button in case we suddenly get a big reinforcement spawn. Also so we can push into the Mage Cannoneer quickly and really blast it out of the sky and then possibly rescue our attacker out of there. Do a genuine hit and run. Okay, so this unit's not going to do anything here, which means we should figure out how to stand such that we form a quad. And of course, Seedall is able to get up there and make some adjustments. In terms of resilience, yeah, spell damage is going to be the biggest threat against these two. Is spell damage against this guy for sure, I think. So the question is, and in Hector, do we go with the bow or go with something else? Yeah, the bow will just kill us immediately, which is great. That's actually what we want. But we'll not quite get the kill, so we'll probably want Ivy on this guy if we can. Yeah, Ivy on that guy for sure. Ivy has the most flexibility to move after the fact, so we'll keep it in mind. And then Seedall can actually just run all the way up here and reactivate someone to get remaining kills. So if we take a look over here, and as a cavalry weapon, we'll get Anna to go killer bow over here.
Little product demo. Thank you.
Okay, this one. Yeah, we'll see. Because you got defense 27 on that guy. Speed is 29. However, Seedall doubling Anna would actually raise her speed by enough to do a double attack on this one. 47. We have a crit that we need to deal with. It's minor, but now that Anna has almost no dodge stat to speak of. Yeah, because Brave Axe drops her dodge down to 0. That was the risk of it, and that's probably why the other stats came so cheaply on the Hector engraving, because I was undervaluing dodge as the anti-crit stat. Anyway, yeah, Divine Fist is going to do more than enough here, so we'll just take it out.
I have to keep everyone safe.
So I don't know if I can take this guy out necessarily. But basically, you would do a quad attack with a Brave Axe, 46. Should be able to do it, but I don't know what the hit chance will be. That's the only thing. So, Veil's over here. Not in the most convenient position, actually, but I mean, yeah, we've got lots of flexibility.
Rest now.
Okay, going to drop the bomb on this guy. That's all done. Indeed, where is the... That is still over here. Okay, so potentially we could even activate it this turn if we get with a position. Seedall goes how far? All the way up here. Okay, so maybe not quite. Basically, even if Anna doesn't get the one shot on this guy, we have options. So we'll double her up just to A, level up, and B, see if we can actually make the spectacle play that I've been planning. And we'll move on up. So, let's see if we go like this. Brave Axe will actually not quite do it. I thought we had some speed. With the special dance. Still not quite enough, in fact. However, this attack could do it if we get even 1 crit out of 2. 58% chance? Well, you know. Depends on how much we like our chances, so. Either way, it's going to break it, so it will just take it and see what happens. However, we can also consider the bows. 68% crit on that one, but it won't do enough if it's just 1 crit. Radiant's not going to do enough either. So yeah, Killer Axe looks like it is the way to go. Well, so long, Window Shopper. And that side is clear really quickly, in fact. Too quickly. I guess we just kind of hit the switch and hang around and see if anything spawns this turn, and if it does, it does. Let's see what this is. Well, now what? I mean, I almost kind of wanted to spawn something there this turn just so we can get business done. Yep, she is going to summon. Great. That's fine. It just means we'll bust down that side as quickly as possible. So yeah, it looks like it is just based on event triggers for her to summon heroes. So we will just take the side out this turn. I think we can do it. But not until we have figured out what to do with this guy. We won't attack into it directly just yet. That would be silly. That would be a little reliant on a single crit, but that's okay. We might actually be able to rescue her out if she does not get the kill. In fact, I kind of like this idea. Because you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, because she'd basically be able to hit. And it would break, so she doesn't get counterattacked. She pulls back by 2 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can rescue her all the way out here. And then pop a heal on her. The only thing is that you do need a couple of units available to get as much of this as possible. So we don't want to commit to that until we know whether we have Ivy free on the other side. And it would have to be the Killer Axe. Killer Lance doing this attack. In fact, if we engaged, are we able to get enough damage in? We can with a Brave Lance, in fact. We don't even need to engage with a Brave Lance. Oh yeah, we can just get the kill this way. So no problems then, because nobody's able to hit me in that location, except, of course, for the Mage Cannoneer, which we need to watch out for, which I almost forgot about again. But then we just hit and go to this corner here, so we don't get hit by that. So no need to engage, we just hit. And take out the flyer immediately.
And they lived happily ever after.
Yes, they did. Well, we should have calculated, actually, in advance whether we would be able to pull her out with a rescue, but since she's a flying unit, we can rescue her all we like with Ivy and have plenty of positioning flexibility. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not as flexible as it was before, but, you know, still workable. I think I do need Ivy as an attacker this turn, so that's a consideration here. Okay, so we'll figure out how we'll get everybody to stand such that we can attack all 5. And live to tell the tale. So, the idea will be that you get Veil to reactivate 4 units. One of them might be Seed All, depending on whether you want a powerful unit like Jean to be doing multiple attacks and also getting out of the way of the cannon, which is really kind of important. Notice that Jean with Flashing Fist is able to kill absolutely everything. Although in this case it would take a bit of damage in return, so that's not ideal, but... And the probability isn't quite perfect. But yeah, basically if Seedle gets him to move to a different position, then we might be able to do a good positional cluster here. Also, this pool is flyers only. We need to be aware of that. I think it'll definitely be Ivy on this guy. We know that her damage numbers will make it happen. And then Hector over here can take out either one of these. Yeah, the Brave Axe can take this out, but it's a pretty low percentage. So, if we're looking at this, unfortunately the positioning is not great. Killer Bow or Radiant Bow would take that out, though. So, let's take a look at the Longbow. Longbow would also take it out. That's actually really important because it means that we could potentially get her to go 2, 3, 4, 5 up to this spot, hit with the Longbow. Then we create a quad over here in the center. So the idea would be that you take this guy out right away, send Anna up here, hit. You use Jean on this guy, pull him out with Seed All, and then Seed All maybe does a canter over here. Then Jean comes over here and hits this guy. Then you take out all 5. So, in order to make that happen, Ivy would have to stand on the right to make room for a Seed All down below, Jean over here, and Anna up here. That's easy to do. She'll just get this kill first. And then, is Veil able to get that far? Not really. Okay, maybe that doesn't work because Veil can't actually go there. However, if you use Seed All with Veil, or even if you just use Veil to get a kill, okay, so this doesn't work because the positioning is a little too far, but if you use Seed All with Veil, Veil will reactivate Seed All reactivate Jean. And actually, the reactivation is going to solve a lot of issues anyway. Let's just proceed with this strategy. It'll be a bit tricky to make work, but we'll make it work. Also, if you're attacking indirectly, she takes damage, but it's necessary. We need her to stand a little further. Yeah, it's the only way to make it work. Otherwise... Or we get Anna and Ivy to stand over here. No, we'll just stick with our plan. She will take some damage. In fact... This makes L-Surge a lot more appealing just because of the hit rate, although no, hit rate across the board is going to be good. But here we have 10% crit, so we'll tap it. That hit really hard. So this had better work. Or we could be in some trouble. Longbow in this guy, that will take it out immediately. Send elixir to convoy, yes. Although, well, yeah, we'll get John to heal her later. Ah, this is a bit of a complication as well. Jean can't just position himself over here. Okay, that's fine. I think we still need Vale to get up here then. And she'll still be able to reactivate maybe 3 units. So we're not quite as clean as I hoped it would be. The idea is that Vale might be able to, for example, hit this with Thoron. Either one with Thoron. And then pull back by 1. Then you reactivate with Seedall. Then she comes in. Reactivates these 3. Seedall can then reactivate John. So the first move here, in order for that order to work, should actually be like this. And maybe even moving her over to give an adjacency bonus to Jean, although Jean should really be attacking this guy first. And just to get out of cannon range. So we'll go Thoron here. Engage won't make a difference, so we'll drop it this way first. And we can drop her back 1 spot like this. And we'll reactivate her anyway, so yeah, Seedall's got so much movement, doesn't matter. Yeah. Just squeeze every last drop out of this. Flashing Fist. It's going to take some damage in return, but actually, yeah, no, it will still take damage in return even after a successful chain attack. But we will take it. Yeah, once we repeat everybody, likely that we'll want to use Ivy to do group heal with Dragon Vein, but that's okay. We'll handle that as necessary. Anyway, Seedall must reactivate Vale. It's going to be absolutely necessary here. In fact, bringing my avatar all the way over here was maybe a bit too slow to do anything effective, but at least over here, we're not dealing with any meaningful incoming damage. So the question is whether we can actually get somebody to stand here who will be immune to the mage cannon, and we do have a couple of candidates, so in fact we could even get Vale to stand there since she does have resilience 33, and against a mage cannon that will be fine. The problem is that if this guy decides to drop the area of effect attack, I'm not exactly sure what the range would be in terms of whether the attack would be centered in this location, because that could actually blast me quite a bit. That would not be great. But I guess we will dance. Yeah, we'll definitely need to pull Jean out of there, so Seedall's next move is already accounted for. Okay, and get her up here. We go engage, and activate everybody. Now it means that we'll have a couple turns before this is usable again. In fact, having an extra turn on her engage meter is not necessarily a good thing, since we just have to wait longer for the Goddess Dance to become available. But we'll get everybody up and running.
It's over.
I kind of like the idea of just having her soak the mage cannon, actually. That might be something I come to regret, but we know her magic resilience is going to be good, and that she's at nearly full HP. So I think I can do it. And also that the speed on this guy is not significant. Reduced hit for distant targets is also going to be unlikely to hit her. So we'll just do that instead. We'll stomp on this tile and see what happens.
Nothing happens when it's just the one.
So it does need to be both at once, so we basically need to camp here. Or draw everybody out
On the activation
and
tile
use
over there
Chloe,
as well,
except
Divine One.
she's been hit pretty hard, so... In fact, I should test out Chloe's 10 range attack, see if we can actually nuke this guy, but we'll have to do that next turn. First, we need to bust her to bridge, and just calmly walk over as Louis. Yeah, just going to poke this guy perhaps, or get everybody to walk in when they can. And just push it back. Might be better to do this at 2 ranges Veronica, in fact, just to minimize incoming damage, but this is the only unit we're concerned about. It's the only one who can even damage me, so we don't really care. In fact, I wonder if we have an alternate weapon that would just be able to break it completely. Let's take a look. What's everybody holding? Great Axe, Silver Axe, Silver Bow. I guess we'd want to hit the bow user in return. That's the only thing. Also, to fortify would be able to heal this back up, so we need to watch out for that. Although we can probably even snipe that guy with Chloe if we really want to. In fact, one thing that we could do is, once everybody's been pulled out of range, drop doubles as Chloe. Except she would still be within cannon range. But a double should be activating the tile, and we can always rescue her out if necessary. We've been talking about using the rescue staff this whole time. In fact, she could even just stand here next turn, and we could use the rescue staff, so no problem. We'll get a good look this turn at how hard exactly the cannon will actually hit, so... Bow's not within range just yet. Let's just attack. And go Veronica so we can counter everybody. Okay. Next. Yeah, so we need to kill everything here now. That's obvious. Probably use Ivy to heal up afterwards, or Jean to heal up afterwards, rather, but we'll reactivate Jean first to get him out of position, and then maybe use Anna and Hector to deal with the rest. Now this will do a break. In fact, I quite like this idea, because then you can use Jean to heal this turn instead of attacking. We hope. Yeah, I like it. So finally, though, Brave Lance build almost paying off, except not. Alright, fine. We'll do it that way. I guess we need both attackers after all. That's a bad idea because we put him out of position. Yeah, no. We blocked the position by mistake. That's okay. If we take this guy out, then John still can't go over here because this flyer's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we messed up. You know what? He's got resilience 37. He'll live.
I'll be careful.
Yeah, he'll live. This is not even remotely an issue. I should hope. Maybe put up a shield just in case. As long as we can kill on this side with Ivy as well.
Only what I deserve.
62%, that's not good. That's bad, actually. That is quite bad. No, L-Surge. We'll just do the guaranteed hit. That's why we keep L-Surge around. For situations exactly like this. Exactly like this. So we just never worry about hit percentage again.
I will atone.
Okay, so we were supposed to put Jean back outside for safety. That didn't happen. We'll live with it. Yeah, let's try to guarantee it. Not with Flashing Fist because it'll take the extra 5 damage later, but Divine Fist I think is a deal here.
First one's free. I need to be more diligent.
Okay, that's done. And we'll come up here. I assume that we'll eventually form a bridge in the middle, but we've got a bit of business to do before that happens, so. So it's going to hit for 2 damage, or attempt to, and yeah, it's going to do nothing to me, so. Not concerned at all. That's going to blow up. Great. Oh, trying to make it over to this side. That is interesting. It means I can actually do some snipes as Chloe, perhaps. And still pull out. Yeah, because you can snipe something and pull out 2 spots and be out of range. This is on the Silver Lance, so we actually would be able to hit safely. Or perhaps. Not that this does much because of a chain guard, unfortunately, but the chain guard would damage the other fellow. Yeah, I guess he's covering a switch. We'll prioritize the 75% first, just to see if we can get it.
I shall dispose of you, and so your tale ends.
Okay. I mean, this guy, he's not able to walk that far, is he? He's got no 2 range attacks, which means that if I hit this and manage to survive and kill it for some reason, now we're not able to break it, unfortunately, and the chain guard is an issue. Yeah, this is unwise. Even though the return on this is 25% going the other way, that would not work. Mostly because of that chain guard. But if we snipe it from a distance this turn, then we kill this guy next turn. And if we do snipe it from a distance, we might even be able to get within healing range this turn, which would be great. So, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you'd have to snipe it and then pull out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All the way up to this corner. But then you'd canter over here, yeah. Okay. So basically we would engage. I kind of want to save the Astra for the Cannoneer, though. Because that would make a lot of sense.
It's just like my fairy tales.
Because Cannoneer does, yeah, doesn't quite do enough, and that doesn't one-shot anyway, so that won't work. But if we're able to kill it, that'll be ideal. It doesn't really hit that hard. Now to look at it, so if you send somebody up there with a strong resilience stat, I could just nuke it directly. And nothing else here is going to touch me. So the idea should actually be to send Ivy in. She'll be able to do double attack as well. The only problem with that is that it's just going to be magical attack against 21. That'll still be fine. And she'll get within range to hit it as well and pull back out. And not get nuked by anything else, so I think this could work. So the idea would be that she gets within range to hit, pull back, and it's kind of too bad that she's this far out of range because you might even have been able to do 2 attacks by using Xenol to reload her afterwards. So what we could do, in fact, and we can even use Instruct to give her a bit of an extra stat boost. So the idea is that we want to get her into this position, which means that at minimum she needs to come over here. And yeah, Xenol I think will just reload her from this location.
Yes.
And we can even do Dragon Vein. Why not? Yeah, we want to heal her with Jean first.
Sounds perfect.
Let's do it. And in fact, her first move should be to heal Jean in return. Means Jean up here. And her completely. Jean's the only one who really needs healing here, so
No mistakes.
we'll do that. And pull over by 1 spot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then she hits, pulls back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. See it all not using the Sigurd ability at all, just remaining in place instead of running 13 spots or whatever. It does mean we're not going to do a rescue this turn, but we'll remain in position. We'll hit, we'll pull out. Then Chloe can probably do a bit of a finisher here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, she just needs to get out of the top corner. Potentially. So she's going to do 30. So as long as we do minimum 21 as Ivy, we're okay. And given that she's going to get a double hit, I think this will happen. Only thing we need to look out for after that is Veronica's range. Given that these attackers won't be doing too much, so Cantor is going to save the day once again. We hope. Yeah. Oh, that'll just get a straight kill. That's great. So Cannoneer is just removed from the board, and then we have Ivy in a reasonably central position, then she can actually put the heal on Chloe next turn and join her for an attack as well. So pull her back here. And yeah, Chloe should be able to do a hit and run. Hit, and then run. Actually, she's not within cannon range anymore, so she can do a hit and run from this side. That would be even better. And pull back. Yeah, the chain guard will chip away at the other guy. That's fine, I think. I don't really see an issue. In fact, she should hit this one. Because then she can kill it, remove the chain guard, pull back 2 spots. Nobody can hit this, as far as I can tell. And then next turn, we gang up on this spot and we'll be able to open up the whole location. The only issue here is that Louis is so far out of position, but you know, once he clears it, we can use the rescue staff, which we have been talking about all map and not used, to pull him all the way over. And regardless, Louis is not going to be that useful against Veronica. So we will kill this using the spear and pull out 2 spots. Well, we're kind of living on the edge here with 6 HP. Okay, that's set. And let's just put the Divine Dragon in the center position here. And do we need to reload anybody's emblems next turn? Yes. Seedall probably should reload. Vale still has 3 turns to go, but she's somebody who will need it eventually. So we can get the double attack going again. So let's maybe... I mean, I don't know how much of a bridge this is going to open up, but let's get in position. Yeah, switch back to good old reliable here. We haven't actually used engage with Hector yet, but we'll get there. And who do I have left? Vale over here. Well, not that doing instruct by itself will do anything for us here, but... Oh, I guess no. She needs to continue stepping on the switch. Somebody needs to step on the switch next turn, so... It's probably best if it is Vale, because then she can stay back. So we'll just wait here. Okay, so they're getting ready. So that if I do activate the switch, they're going to get within range to try to attack me right away. That's okay, because it means we can just hit and run on these guys immediately. We can even do a freeze on them with Soren if need be. Although, likely what should happen here is that we should try to actually heal Chloe for a change and not mess around too much. Look at this, though. That she's able to just do a 100% attack on Veronica directly. And if she does that 3 times, then she's done, right? So if we find a second attack on Veronica, we don't even need to unlock the switches here. We just kind of blitz down a map. What turn is this? This is turn 9. The recommendation here was 20 turns. We're way ahead of schedule, so. And Seedall, unfortunately, can't really get within range of her to do the second attack this turn. But, you know, basically knowing that Chloe is able to just hit Veronica immediately solves a lot of potential problems. We can also see how much we can do from a distance with Astra in case we find that to be relevant. That's quite a bit. but not quite enough. So yeah, we might not even need to hit the switch. We can just use Chloe to get right in her face. Assuming we can in fact do it if we use Ivy's ability to freeze everybody else and pull out. Because then we can actually do a hit and run with Veronica, on Veronica without fear of retaliation, because her range is limited. Everybody else is 2 range. Chloe can... Let's take a look here. If she uses the spear, that is actually still guaranteed attack. Although, yeah, and she would hit first, so she would... Well, I mean, 4% chance of failure, I guess, but we don't really care too much about that. We don't even need to hit the switch. It's funnier if we beat the map without doing it, in fact. So let's go over here. We do potentially need to counter the spear, so Louis does have to stay on Brainiac for the time being. But we'll just set him over and wait. And we'll use the Corn Freeze. We'll stop everybody. The other thing about the Corn Freeze is that possibly what we actually want to do is heal first, pull back, use Seedall, then hit her again. Yeah, because Chloe, if she pulls back, she's not within range to be reactivated just yet. So, okay, here's how we're going to do it then. We're going to use the staff, get a banner up, finally, pull back 2 spots. And then, to continue this idea, we're going to use Seedall to dance. I doubt there's any kind of special dialogue or interaction if you played a map this way, but we'll do it anyway. The Corn Freeze really does break so much stuff in this game. Because you've got skills like Anchor where the unit can't be moved, but the thing is, very few skills where the unit can't just be frozen. And given that this is Resilience 8, you know, Ivy might even just be able to kill it directly using Corn's ability. In fact, that's exactly what she'll do. We do need to remember to engage, so we freeze everybody around her.
It's over.
Yeah, we can just bust through the map this way then. Only thing is that because of that diagonal position now, we can't use the freeze again next turn, but it doesn't matter because we're going to... Oh, whoops. Yeah, we shouldn't have stood here. That was a bad idea. 48 against 33. Okay, no, this guy's going to attack over here. I shouldn't have stood here. 48. Does this do enough against her? No, it'll be fine. As long as she doesn't take a crit or something. But her dodge should be okay. What is her dodge? Getting out of dodge. 11. Okay, so yeah, a little risky here. I shouldn't have stood here. Best case, so she's just going to nuke this guy with no trouble, because he'll come in, he'll do 48 over 22. That's going to be 26. Yeah, if it's a crit, then she dies, but that'll be a mistake that we'll need to fix later.
Scene.
Okay, so now that this is all frozen, we can just attack Veronica directly, hopefully with 100% attack rather than just 96%. And yeah, this will very easily kill her. Persona is good here too. Yeah, no, we'll go Brave Lens. And then pull back 2 slots. Yeah, Corrin is way overpowered in this game.
And they lived happily ever after.
Because locking down movement is just so ridiculously good against bosses. Just solves every boss. And I do mean every boss. We don't even need to move anything else this turn. We can just hang around and twiddle our fingers. But we'll move everybody in regardless, just in case we want to stomp on a switch next turn after Ivy inevitably counterattacks and kills the paladin. So, assuming that Ivy doesn't die to our recklessness here, we will be fine. That's a very low percentage chance anyway, but, you know, it's Fire Emblem. Low percentage events do happen. So let's just hang out and see what happens. Oh, it's not even going to go for that, so great, great. So what we actually can do is we can kill this guy first. No, because we want to do 2 hits on Veronica. Now, how do we do 2 hits on Veronica? I mean, we can always freeze her again, but ideally, yeah, maybe we do need to stomp on the switch. So let's step on it. See what happens. It would have been funnier to kill her without it, but it'll be faster to do it this turn. And we can do it this turn. We absolutely can. Because Cedal would be able to, if we formulate a bridge here, we'd be able to get in. Now, if the bridge spawns a whole bunch of reinforcements right in the center, that obviously changes things, but we'll deal with it. I'll take this guy out first.
My apologies.
However, if there is a way to get a second attack down this turn, we can totally do it. I mean, we'd have to burn the rescue staff to do it, and that would not be worthwhile. Because basically, you would hit Veronica once. Oh, we actually could do it, because you could use Astra. Astra hits Veronica. And there's no loot to get off of this guy, so other than experience, we don't absolutely need to kill him. You know, we've been talking so much about doing this map the funny way. Let's just do it the funny way. Oh, how much does... Yeah, she does almost no physical attack, that's the thing. That's not that useful. Very low hit chance, too. Search would do 9, and... Because I'm thinking about combining one of these attacks with Astra. Unfortunately, that won't do enough, so... At least not at the kind of hit percentage that would be acceptable. But yeah, we get in there, we Brave Lance again, we pull out. If we've created a land bridge at this point, then we basically get her to do a second attack and probably hit this as well with something. Let's figure out what. And switch.
What? The islands are shaking.
Now, land bridge is going to come together, right? Oh, it actually just compresses everything. Okay, that's not what I expected.
Well,
Reinforcements?
It seems we have ourselves a path.
I almost regret doing that. It would be funnier if we did it without, but... This way, we'll just pick up some experience and just kill her this turn. And do this map in half the turn quota, which means that we might even have time to stay today for a second map, since we are finishing this one so early. We can go Flashing Fist against this one. It'll just kill it. And we know we can do a double kill with Chloe. Now, however, can we do the thing that I've been talking about with Hector? Or we just kill directly with the Brave Axe. That's 82%, not really great. Given that we have the Land Bridge now, if I'm able to kill with Anna and Hector, I'd like to do it. Particularly if we can show off Hector's ability. Because Chloe's been kind of stealing so much attention anyway. Oh, it's an area attack. Storm's Eye. I didn't realize that. Adopt a stance. Oh, okay, so that's defensive. That's not actually that useful then. At least for somebody who's an attacking character like Anna. Yeah, so it's a defensive stance. Alright. I was hoping that the crit plus 20 would be something we could use offensively. But if not, then what we'll do, first of all, is attack in 40% on a crit. 14% on a return crit. That's not something we want to mess with, I think. Given what happened earlier on this map. However, if we stand next to her, she'll do enough damage. So we can just stand next to her. And first of all, do this attack here just to chip that guy down. And combined with a support, that will boost the hit rate probably up to 100% anyway. Which means, stand here. And the Killer Axe. Yeah, it'll be a 64% hit in return, but at least it's a 0 crit, so we don't need to worry too much about it. Okay, in that case, let's just do it. Unless, of course, Hector has a better weapon. No, he doesn't. And in fact, if the first hit is a crit, then we don't need to deal with the incoming damage anyway. So let's just do it this way, see what we can hit.
Are you of the Order of Heroes? Order of Heroes? What a cool name! I'm not familiar though. I believe my sisters are in your world too.
All of the Annas.
Unusual. A little product demo.
Yeah, there we go. Crit. I guess we'll have to look up afterwards what does happen if you and just blow through this map without joining the islands. B-Minutes coming in with the Pepsi Man. For people who do watch B-Minutes play this game on Sundays, I'm doing maps that he has done before on his stream, so no spoilers there, really. So we're actually just about a move away from finishing this map. I was actually able this turn, I think, to finish this without joining the islands. I was just talking about this a few minutes ago, that I just joined the islands by hitting the switch. It looked like I was able to beat this map without doing it. And yeah, you told them, yeah, welcome Raiders with the Pepsi Men. Lauren, Alleyway, Robert, everybody else who was enjoying Persona 5 over there. Hope you had a good time. Yeah, we're finishing this map early enough today that I should be able to stay to do a second one. Previously, we've been mostly doing one map a stream, but, you know, this one's been quick. Really quick. And so, we'll definitely reload Anna over here. We'll get somebody else to poke this guy. If we can. Maybe just a spoiler over here. Yeah, Thorn would do it. Mr. Record would do it. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. And beat Minister quest number 20. Yes, we'll do that. In fact, we'll do it right now to the tune of music that represents us about to kill a boss. So let's just take a look at the reading screen. Let me bring that up and see if the overlay works in this format at all when I tuned it from Mario Maker instead. Where is the reading screen? I haven't done it in so long. There we go. B-Minute's request. William Shakespeare's sonnet number 20, and we are going to deliver. Oh, you know what? This is perfect. It's exactly what we're doing in the battle right this minute. Number 20. A woman's face with nature's own hand painted, as thou, the master mistress of my passion. A woman's gentle heart, but not acquainted with shifting change as is false women's fashion. An eye more bright than theirs, less false in rolling, gliding the object whereupon it gazeth. A man in hue all hues in his controlling, which steals men's eyes and women's souls amazeth. And for a woman wert thou first created, till nature as she wrought thee fell a-doting, and by addition me of thee defeated, by adding one thing to my purpose, nothing. But since she pricked thee out for women's pleasure, mine be thy love, and thy loves use their treasure. Thank you for the request, and Lauren for the follow. Let's remember to remove the overlay, and let's finish the map. Okay, what was I doing? Do we need to stand on any more loot? Yeah, we can do that just to... Oh, let's make sure this is actually going to be 100% kill first of all before we get too confident. 100%, yep. Thanks to our supports. So let's just stand on stuff and pick it up. Not that we need the money. Sure, not that we need a chain guard. And who else do we have? Yeah, no, just one last piece over here. And let's just give this a poke. Sure, hope I calculate this correctly. Yeah.
Slashing more than so strong.
So yeah, we did rather embarrassingly have to use the time crystal once in this map when I attacked straight into a crit that I didn't read ahead of time. But that was because we missed a 70% hit, and that's Fire Emblem. 70% seems appallingly low when you're the attacker. So, B-Minus, I don't know if you've been playing around with the weapon forging and all, but one thing that occurred to me when I started doing these maps is that not only do you unlock the emblems, but you also unlock their engravings on the weapons. And Hector's engraving is kind of hilarious, and I'll show you what it is.
Why do I always lose? This is not fair.
You said the victor
Because you're in
commands
a
the
mobile
vanquished.
gacha
Does
game,
that
of
mean
course
you'll
you
join
always
us
lose.
now? We're fighting for peace in this world.
B-Minutes, using 9 crystals out of a budget of 10 just means you like living dangerously.
Your cause doesn't concern me.
As the princess of an empire, you must have fought for the sake of your people. We're doing the same thing here. I'm sure you can understand that.
A ruler's duty is to the people. Indeed, I have said as much before.
It works almost exactly as I'm thinking. Oh, you mean she actually summons heroes? Where she just does a random roll and somebody pops up? Well, we'll see.
But I did all that I could for Embla. You have many allies, and the power to summon emblems. Is that not enough? You already have all you
As I was saying at the
could
beginning of the
possibly
stream,
need.
I remember nothing about her role in Fire Heroes at all, but I only ever played a Heroes campaign once when it initially launched and just never went back to the game, so...
We could always use more help. I, for one, would feel a lot better with you on our side.
I have nothing to offer you.
That's not true. You're a strong and capable leader. You'd be a powerful friend to have.
You really do say strange things. Friendship doesn't interest me. Fine. You may use my power for a time.
Thank you, Emblem Veronica.
She's not too cooperative.
Let's head back.
But that's okay,
Your new
because...
allies are all going to be happy to meet you.
We'll see about that.
We have
It has
ring.
been a long time since I've been among a crowd. Still, the thought is not an unpleasant
And
one.
she is ours to
I will
command,
speak with these
along
allies
with
of yours.
anybody who she in turn also commands. So, Emblem of Veronica commands a variety of special abilities, including the power to summon allies from other worlds. So we summon her, she summons someone else, and then they do something. I played a very little bit of Fire Emblem Heroes when it first launched, just out of curiosity. The interesting thing about Fire Emblem Heroes, I remember, is that the maps in the game, at least in the original campaign, are actually these micro-sized reductions of actual Fire Emblem maps, and some of them are distinctly recognizable. But yeah, I did do a couple of random rolls. I did it with the orbs that were given for free. I don't make a habit of paying into mobile, so which is probably for the best. Anyway, Reprisal, yeah, we've seen that on her. Thank you so much for the follow. The engaged weapon that prevents counterattacks. Yeah, we saw that. Contract. We've got something better. Because if she requires being engaged to use this, Milo's skill is much, much better. So, unless it's something she can do every turn, in which case, I mean, we already have a lot of ability doublers, so. We'll probably put her on my avatar next map and replace Tiki. That's what I'm currently thinking. Summon a hero calls in an ally from another world. So this is the thing that we'll try out. And I wonder how random it is. It must be, given that that's the mechanic. I still find it shocking just how big Fire Emblem Heroes is. It's the one thing about the series that seems to have a really broad public presence, and that, you know, I saw, I think, a Fire Emblem Heroes wall calendar in some shop on a street last year, and that's pretty much the only time I've encountered Fire Emblem just sort of in the civilian world like that. It's literally exactly like the mobile game. Well, we'll see. And we'll try it. Anyway, we're going to only just do the essential conversations and loot.
Well done.
Well done. And we're not really going to spend much time in Insomnial unless I want to inspect her ability. I think we'll probably just replace Tiki. We have too many rings to use now, and since I am doing this on my post-game file, we're so loaded with rings that, you know, we're always benching a large number of them per map, especially in these small party maps with 8 characters that we've been doing so far. Anyway, Veronica. Yeah, Reprisal might be good on somebody who is, well, got a big HP pool, I guess. In fact, she might have been good on Anna if we didn't already put Hector there. I wonder what her engraving is as well, because that might be interesting. Book of Worlds. I still have no idea what this does. Knife Guard, interesting. SP conversion. Ah, okay, to build up a ton of points for loading up on more abilities. Magic and Dex is kind of an interesting combination as well. I guess if you're trying to load up on critical hits as a mage. Nullifies basic stat bonuses, yeah. So I don't know if as a magic attacker she'll really synergize very well with my avatar here, who never uses magic attacks, but we'll try it out anyway and see what makes sense. But anyway, I'm scanning this partly just to confirm that, you know, we don't need to spend a ton of points to grab skills right away, unless, of course, we figure out what on earth the Book of Worlds skill actually achieves. So let's loot the map and get out of here. Was this something shiny? No. I wonder if you... I mean, it's definitely got to be the same post-game terrain no matter what you do, but I kind of wonder if you beat the map like I very nearly did without rejoining the pieces, you'd still have the same layout here, I'm sure. I would really be surprised if it dynamically adapted to the player choosing things. And welcome, B-Minutes, to your cat. Here's another cat. Here, kitty, kitty. I don't think we have an owl yet. I didn't look up anything about how systems in the game like the pets giving you materials works at all. We just put interesting pets there and let them roam. But when you get to post-game, you get so many bonuses, and when you buy the DLC, you get so many bonuses that resources are pretty abundant at this point, so we're actually not nearly as optimized as it could be. Yeah, the animals give you some range of resources, like chickens give you eggs, but yeah, I did play around with that a bit just to bring out interesting animals. I just didn't look up who gives you what and didn't bother to minimax it. Anyway, next map is going to be Magma Cavern, but I think we'll actually go to the Somnial first. We will stay to do this map, I think, since I'm still pretty early in the stream. I hopefully won't be stuck here for 4 hours and come to regret it, but you never know. So, like I said, we'll be very quick in the Somnial if I can be. So yeah, we finished that map in about half the quota. Half the recommendation, I should say. So. And the B-Minutes, we did Hector's map in yesterday's stream, and that went really smoothly as well. Okay. Let's compulsively loot materials that I don't need, because that's what we do. But we won't do too much else here. We'll maybe not even do the leveling up, because I would like to just continue and play, but oh yeah, so I'll show you one thing before we proceed, because I don't know if it's a system that you've had any kind of time to play with. The fire one is the next one, so we'll see how long I take, because I am doing it in the fast travel order. Okay, so at the smithy, I realized that the new emblems you get in the DLC also give you new engravings, which is easily overlooked. And, 1 second, losing my voice slightly. So yeah, so Hector's is pretty hilarious. So we put it on the Brave Axe that I gave to Anna, but I'll use the other Brave Axe as a demonstration. What it does is, so this is Emblem of Strength, this is Hector's. It gives you 3 points of might in exchange for some weight, and you'll remember that if you're paired with Hector, that Hector kind of rewards you with extra damage for using weapons that are slightly too heavy and slow you down. And it's at the expense of the avoidance and a dodge. Welcome, Electro Dude. So I thought, okay, it would be really funny if we just loaded up on these stats. With Anna, you would get like the +5 off of Hector or whatever, and you'd basically have a double attack and a Brave Axe that just chops up everything in sight. The reason I used a time crystal in a map just now was because I tacked into somebody as Anna forgot to account for the fact that she has dodge minus 30, dodge being the anti-crit stat. And she basically got a crit in the face for my trouble. Because the axe just whiffed at 70%. And that's what you get for trying new things. But we're still keeping it. Speaking of which, though, let's see what the Heroes engraving does. Very lightweight, but a pretty serious crit reduction, which I'm not too fond of. Pretty serious hit reduction as well, which I don't like. I'm pretty obsessive about trying to maximize hit in this game, so we might not use it. There are a few engravings I never used as well that severely reduce speed just by adding ridiculous numbers like plus 15 weight or something if you look at Ike's. Unless you're really committed to having a character that has 0 speed and gets doubled by everybody, that's not really going to be that useful. Yeah, in most cases, this game places a very, very high price in damage, which is why I thought, oh wow, Hector's emblem gives me cheap damage. And we realized that the minus 30 on a dodge is actually kind of serious. Anyway.
I'll be here.
Like I said, we're not going to mess around with that too much. Do I have supports? Whoops. We didn't even build supports because we had so many A supports in our main party at this point. Anyway, going to get some wheat off the camel, if that makes any sense. I guess maybe the eagle caught the chicken. And we'll cook something quick. And yeah, I am not going to play with the party too much. We'll just move on. Also, I don't know if you get achievement points for the... Ah, okay, so you do get it for the Paralogue maps. I just didn't bother to collect. In case we need to build any new bonds. Usually, if I know I want a pairing, I'll get it up to level 5 or something right away because it's cheap, but... oh yes, there's one thing I want to check as well, which is... Yeah, B-Minutes, if you have a full achievement board right now, you might want to grab that, you know, in case you want to roll for rings, or if you're like me, you're using all your points on skill inheritance. So for example, I actually am going to grab Geosphere if I switch off Tiki, because the defensive buff is pretty useful. The thing about the way I'm using my avatar here, Alir, as it were, is I barely ever use him to actually fight. I think I usually just park him beside other characters to give them damage. Which, now that I think about it, is very similar to how I used Robin in Awakening, because Robin would just be a buff machine if you build him as the Grandmaster Tactician. But anyway, if you look at this, Veronica, I still don't know what the Book of Worlds is, but anyway, getting up to level 5 probably isn't too useful. Look at the reprisals, 5,000 points. Yeah, you're pretty much only getting this stuff if you pop all of the extra point items that you get from buying the DLC, I think, unless you grind a ton of maps, because we haven't spent 5,000 points on anything in this game, in terms of the skill points. So, I think I probably still will switch over to Veronica, though, just to see what the new ability is. And so that means we'll take Geosphere off of Tiki and plug that in. So, let's swap. I haven't really... I mean, the thing about the Three Houses Lords is that I don't like the non-determinism of it too much in terms of the constant rotating between lords. Like, I like to have a little bit more control, so we haven't really used them yet. Also, I don't know if you're aware, but if you go to the eShop now, there's a free download even if you don't have the DLC that gives you these 3 rings from Fire Emblem Heroes. And Anna from everywhere, but this is Anna from Heroes, I think. This is actually just a free, separate download from the eShop that I only realized was there because I went to grab the DLC, but I think they introduced this with the patch 4. Anyway, we'll go Veronica, but we'll also plug in Tiki's ability.
Veronica!
Not that I have room for rings like that now that we've loaded up on so many engaged partners anyway. Let's take a look at skills then. And we'll replace mentorship. Because experience, at this point, I don't care. And since we're in this room, we'll level somebody up 3 times. We'll go Yunaka or somebody. She's fallen quite a bit behind the rest of the party. I started using her again near the end of my endgame file in the last few chapters. But she is quite a bit behind everybody else, as you can see from her 130 stat rating, so we'll load her up a bit and see what happens. Mostly had her paired with Marth as well.
Mysterious wanderer, Yunaka!
And because she would basically have extremely good avoidance, which we do not see on display here, because, once again, she's pretty seriously underleveled. Yeah, so we'll just plug this in 3 times and not spend too much time on this because I'm eager to play.
You look tough. I'd better be careful.
I'm Citrine, a daughter of Brodian nobility.
Damn! You got me.
Yeah, right now Yunaka's strength stat is extremely low, which is part of why she kind of fell out of my party in the first place, was that her damage output just wasn't able to keep pace with everybody else. But I started building her up again
I'll put on a show for you.
near the end of the game.
I am Vander, 32nd Steward of the Dragon.
Partly because the party size does relax a little bit. I think
Hey, I actually won.
in general, if I have one misgiving about the systems in Engage, is that it seems like considering how many characters they throw at you, I feel like subjectively you generally get smaller parties than you typically do in Fire Emblem. Definitely compared to 3 Houses, where you just had tons of space to work with. This game does feel a little more claustrophobic sometimes with fewer pieces on the board. I don't know if that's actually true, but I'm thinking back to the last downloadable bonus map in Awakening where you actually got to play with a party of 30. Which is, you know, an extreme situation that never really shows up anywhere else, but it was very memorable. Yeah. I have to give it that. Took me hours to play through that one, even to get through a few moves, but a party of 30 when you ever actually get to use most of your whole team. Okay, we'll cook a meal. Did we have a conversation? No, we didn't. We'll cook a meal.
Oh, well,
Just to get a few unnecessary stats. Let's see, who do we actually want to level up? Alchrist. And put him with... probably Diamant, since we have supports still worth building up. And yeah, I'm not going to minimax this either. We've got so many options. I don't know if the choice here matters, but I usually try to choose the item that is appropriate to the dish. Like we don't put the fish in the desserts or whatever. I don't know if that makes a difference to the quality, but...
no, do not expect too much of me. This dish is for the divine.
Like I said, I
dragon.
looked up nothing
Failure
about the
would be
systems in this game. I
inexcusable.
wanted to reverse engineer
I
everything I
believe
could.
this will please you.
It's delicious.
Incredibly delicious.
It tastes good. Nicely done.
Okay, we got
Please.
some leftovers. We'll give it to somebody. I don't know who we last had holding the meal stick, but I think it was probably Marin, since we had an extra slot on her. This is my Wolf Knight. Anyway, let's move on. Let's get out of here. Did I do everything I wanted? Yeah. I'm not going to optimize this. Because, you know, you can plug in additional supports and all that, but this is post-game, we don't care. So, let's continue. And if we find a better choice to hold Veronica, we'll do it. I guess she is kind of mage-centric, and so we should have considered putting her on a mage, but we just don't have many slots for that aren't already filled by character combinations that have really worked out. So, let's begin. And hopefully I'm not here for the next 4 hours, but you never know. The Radiant Strategist. This is going to be Soren from the Radiant
This
Games.
place is sweltering. Are you sure there's an emblem bracelet here?
I don't remember much about Soren, to be honest, but
Yes, I found it.
it's been a long
This
time
is
since I last played
strategist.
at the Radiance.
That's a relief. Thank you, Tiki.
I know he's kind of a
Advise us.
supporting character
Emblem of
who's
acumen.
with you right away, but got his Harry Potter scar and everything.
So, it's finally happened.
Hi there. Thanks for answering our summons.
I am Soren. I would prefer it if you'd bother someone else.
What?
There is only one person who commands my loyalty.
I mean, Ike's
You
with us.
are not him.
They should just have a chat with each other. So, yeah, one thing, Beeman, since you did the maps here pretty early in the game, one thing you'll see in these Divine Paralogues that you will not have seen previously is that if you have obtained emblems or reobtained emblems that are from the same game as these characters, they will interact. So, for example, the fact that I mean, yeah, I guess you would have seen that with, like, Hector and Lynn, probably. Electro Dude, I know nothing about Minecraft story mode, so we're talking across each other here, but I guess the connection is that everybody's in Smash. Because, you know, Minecraft is an honorary Fire Emblem game just by being in Smash.
Please, don't say that.
Yet you seem reluctant to force me to give it. That seems to be your only available course of action if you really are so desperate.
That's a fair
But yeah, so
point.
for example, in the first
I'd
mat,
really rather come to an agreement.
when we got Tiki actually did have an extra conversation with Martha at the end, and similarly, Hector had a conversation with Lynn.
Very well.
Veronica
You're strong
didn't
enough
talk
be
to
worth
anybody
my
because
time, and
Veronica
I'll
is
consider it.
herself, of course, only from a crossover.
Really? You will?
You don't seem the type to take no for an answer.
So I'm
Even
sure
so, I'm
Soren is
very
going
glad.
to maybe
Thank you, Emblem Soren.
talk to
I only
Ike at
said
the
I
end of the
would
map.
consider it.
Anyway, he's going to be a little crotchety. Yeah, V-Minutes, it's this kind of running joke, too, that as we saw when we attacked Veronica right before you came in, she did have a bit of unique dialogue with Anna. And it seems to be a running joke in this game that all of the emblems from their respective worlds recognize Anna, but of course Anna from this world doesn't recognize them. And we've had a lot of interactions like that because we have leveled up several emblems to have conversations with her. Anyway, party of 12, finally we get to get some of our backline back in. And we'll see who. We kind of had 14 characters or so in our main rotation. Pendreo and Yunaka being the relevant alternates. After that, it drops off really sharply. But we basically had a core party of about 14 that we rotated in and out by the end of the game. And so we'll see who's appropriate here, because Pendreo is hilarious. Because one thing that you might not realize, because I didn't realize this until an enemy unit did it to me, is that if you have somebody with Micaiah, and Micaiah has her augment ability that gives you area of effect +1, you're going to switch to mobile? Yeah, so the thing about the augment ability on Micaiah is that it totally works with the teleport abilities, like warp, entrap, rescue, etc. Which means that you can actually warp 4 units at once with a single staff, and you can basically like teleport your whole party. I played around with that a lot. Too much, in fact, before I realized that you can just run out of warp staves. Electro Dude, you just got out of bed. Yeah, well, that's why we run off-peak hours. We kind of catch people heading in both directions. Anyway, let's take a look at what we're doing here. We've got 12 characters. We're going to see if we swap in anybody. I might swap in Pendreo because large parties, claustrophobic maps, he should be useful. Treasure chest over here and here. We might have to raise some thieves. This is a lot of units. Wow. We just need to kill the boss. He's got bolting, which is going to be 10 range. And including his free movement here, that is going to be quite a lot to deal with, especially with 39 magical attack. Now, what has he got for abilities? He's got Anima. Unit inflicts defense -3 with fire, hit -20 with thunder, or move -2 with wind. Interesting. So at long range, it's really just going to be thunder, though, right? It's only going to be thunder. He's got wind, but that's only going to be close range, and we probably want to nuke him before that. Reflect. Okay, so he's got kind of an anti-magic attack here, so we don't want to rely too much on mages to take down, say, generals. At least not while he has his ability active. Now, the good thing about having a unit cap of 12 is that I don't need to fuss around too much about party selection. I can just mostly use my main team, perhaps with a few adjustments. And we've got lots of flyers here. We'll definitely want my bows in as much as possible, so Alchris and Fagato and Anna probably all keeping them. Oh, that reminds me. We need to switch an item. If we're using Fagato, I had Anna borrow his longbow. We should probably just get a 3rd longbow, but whatever. Because she was actually using a hammer. Swap that back out, just to return to the setup I had before. Not because I've thought about it, but because it's familiar. I mean, she's obviously pretty good with the longbow, but we only have so many to go around. I should just buy her one, whatever. So, a couple of treasure chests over here. I don't know if we have thieves. We should actually scan this way, look for covert by type. Yeah, thief is over here. I don't know if it's going to pop the chest and run. It might. And thief over here. It might be the case with both of these, actually, that with thieves spawning right beside the chest, they might just grab and go. But you never know with the thief AI whether they are trying to run off or if they're actually going to fight. It used to be clearer in some maps because in older games, sometimes thieves that were operating independently would just be marked as a separate faction, but not here. Anyway, we don't know what the gimmick with the magma crater is. I assume that everything just kind of sets on fire and you can't walk on it. It doesn't say anything about not being able to walk on it, so I assume you just need to... Like, you're able to cross it on foot, but you probably shouldn't step there if it ignites. I also wonder, in that case, if you can put it out with terrain modifying abilities like the Dragon Vein, which might be possible. Anyway, Soren, we look at his ability here. Block recovery. Attacking a broken foe with a tome. Okay. He's got 17 speed. I'm not worried about his speed. Inflicts res 20 on the foe. Yeah, I mean, we'll need physical attacks against him. It'll be very similar to what we did with Veronica in the last map, I think, where we just lock him down and tap him to death. Inflicts resilience minus 20 on foe. And, okay, so this is a lifesteal. And a lifesteal that we need to calculate because we can't just magic tank him with anything we like. We've got a lot of units here. Everything here is physical on first turn except for this guy. So as long as this guy is not in range, we can send Ike up here, probably, and just try to absorb... Oh, no, this guy also hits. Okay. We should check the staves as well to make sure we don't have any entraps or anything really dodgy. Physic. Reflect. Flashing Fist. Yeah, it's mostly in stuff like Entrap or other repositioning tools that I'm generally concerned about, or Freeze, for instance. Bow over here. You can randomly stop chatting. Yeah, you know, I'm accustomed to that with people in my viewer level queue who also fall asleep on me. We're no stranger to that. Been up till 5:30 a.m. yesterday. I mean, it's good practice for the next time you do the 13 hours of Mario Kart. No denying that. Okay. Oh, look at this. Griffin Knight with a staff. But it's just healing staves. If we just burn everything down quickly, we don't care about healing staves. It's mostly just stuff like Entrap that I'm worried about. Or Warp. But we don't see any of that here. Enemy's not going to teleport. Okay, so here's the strategy. We're going to get Louis up front. We're going to snipe this guy if we can. He's got defense 15. We should be able to do it. Chloe's going to get to snipe. 10 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or something to it. So, what do you see the spacing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We should probably save Chloe's snipe for the aerial units, but if we nuke him, basically we get a bit more flexibility with positioning Ike on the first turn. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means Chloe can stand in one of these two locations. Then, over here, it's going to be a bunch of physical attackers who are... Let's see what's speed here. Everybody here is really fast. Everybody here is much slower. So we need fast units or tanky units on the right side. Yeah, because this guy's going to attack in with 38. We can probably get Jean on the right side to block that. And yeah, just proceed from there. Where is everybody? Yeah, see it all kind of on the back line as usual. Louis and Ike going here. See it all. Can be 2 spots behind him. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll see what Veronica's ability does as well at some point. Oh, the dragon summons a powerful unit. I didn't realize that. Why is Chloe such a badass? Because, yeah, she is my kills leader in this entire game, which is amazing. She is also one of the characters where I've totally stacked crit on her. Like I built this Killer Lance. Look at the Killer Lance here, where I've stacked the crit number up to 78. Which in practice gives me a crit percentage that's around like 40 to 60% once it's mitigated. Which, by Fire Emblem standards, is absolutely nuts. Anyway, he's going to stand up front. Jean can stand up front over here. And we'll probably just have to soak the first attack. Although, no, he'll get doubled. That's not good. But he'll get doubled with very little damage, so I think he'll be fine. We might want some ranged attackers here to lock this guy down. So yeah, as you can see, I think there is a bit of movement obstruction here. 5. Or is there? No, no movement obstruction. This is... However, look at the thief here. Thief here has 2 movement. This is definitely a thief race. If he's got 2 moves, he's definitely looting this and running away, I would say. I guarantee it. Like, he's going to go here and tap it open. So, we probably do want to send someone to catch that on the right, or even just snipe with Chloe immediately. Anyway, these magic attackers here that did, what was it, like 50 damage? Speed 21. I think I'm actually able to... no, speed 16. I'm not able to soak that. Or am I? Speed 16. No, I can't. Because, yeah, basically he'll get doubled by any magic attacker that I choose to face directly. So we'll just need to send units over that are quick to catch these. So probably mounted units like Fagato on the right. And we've generally got a lot of flexibility. Probably Marin on the right as well. Warp Ragnarok with Silica would be good, but we want her on the left, I think, because she is slow. And yeah, we'll keep Veil and Seal probably in the back line, because if that goes here, then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. And then, okay, so because he can go back 1 spot, yep. That's probably good. Then Fagato can run over. Yeah, we'll get the mounts kind of in the back line. Run Anna and Hector. Alchris is always going to be kind of in the back line himself. And Veil will hang back. Okay, this is probably good. Unless we want to put in Pantreo. Let's take a look at the inventory first of all and get some of the staves swapped around. The reason I might want Pantreo is because he is my only S-rank staff user who is at a reasonable level, but I don't know who we would bench in his favor. So let me just move some of the staves around first of all. Get this back on Citrin. Yeah, because the Micaiah warp play might be really, really good on this map, but let's take a look. How do I do that? Increase the crit chance? Weapon forging with the engrave. Yeah, because some of the emblem engravings can raise the crit chance by like 20 or 30. So if you put that on something that's already a killer weapon, then you get a base crit chance that's like around 60 or 70, which is, again, it is as overpowered as it sounds. Okay, so first turn we'll probably test out the summon skill just to see what happens, because it might be fun. Yeah, we'll have high-speed characters going to the right. Fagato especially. In fact, Fagato, if he goes immediately, he might be able to snipe quickly. Snipe the Swordmaster. In fact, if we can just dump on this guy right out the gate in the first turn, like he'd have Magic of 39. What else does he have? That might be better than just trying to tank him, but if we want to send him up, we can do that. Yeah, because Marin would be able to do the 11 sword. We can just kill him. There's no reason to wait. Let me just make sure I can. Because he's got defense 20, whereas 19. The only thing is that I won't be able to double him because he got speed 36. But if we have Radiant Bow against him, that's going to do 20. If we didn't have the dagger against it, it's going to be 43 or 20. So 23, 20. Yeah, we need one additional attack to get within range, and then I could actually kill that. I think we're going to be a little bit short though, unless we do something to... Let's see. No, he's not going to reach. Okay, maybe we can't. Yeah, because I can't double this guy. I can't actually get to kill. Chloe can get up to speed 45, though. So she uses his spear. No, spear is just 38, so she can't do that either. Okay, let's not fuss around with that. Let's just go. Let's just play. And yeah, we'll just let Pendero sit this one out. We don't want to be too heavy on magic attack anyway because of the situation with Soren's ability. So anyway, too much setup. Let's play. Inventory check. Does everybody have what they need to have? Yeah, we definitely want to keep Obstruct Staff on Jean on this map. Obstruct has saved me on many occasions. It will hopefully save us again. We haven't used some of these guys in about a month, so hopefully I remember how it was I was building them. But it's pretty simple. They're archers. They shoot things down. Let's play.
Let us be done with this then.
Let us be done. Okay, so that's going to explode, and will it mark location?
Volcanic bombs. Avoid.
Okay. Guaranteed to fall wherever you see magma craters. Units on craters will also take damage. Okay, so we just don't stand there and we don't get pushed there. Maybe I should have brought the warp staff. That's okay. Okay, first things first. We're going to see if Chloe can get the one shot on this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She's going to down to that location. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just enough room. Because I did calculate that.
It's just like my fairy tales.
If we can snipe the mage, then we have a lot of flexibility. Also, we should see if Astra can snipe. Yeah, it'll kill it easily. Will it kill the thieves? That's one thing I should check as well in case we need to do a thief snipe later in the map. It won't. It'll fall short, so we shouldn't bother wasting Astra with that. We should do Astra Storm right away on this guy. And we have to run ahead and kill the axe after that, which I think we can do. Okay, let's make sure I can hit this guy. I didn't even check to make sure I could damage this with Marin. 11 sword will bump it down quite a ways, but not by enough. If we have a 3 range attack on it, you know what? I completely miscalculated my positioning here. Completely miscalculated it. That's okay. I should have remembered that I did want to send somebody down to hit that.
Customers?
But maybe if we do a swap, we can still do it. Nah, that's okay. We won't worry about it. We'll
I live to serve.
yeah, we need to hit that guy for sure, but we'll figure it out. We definitely need to get the mage though, right? Let's see. Oh, and let's mark Soren's range as well, because the bolting range is going to be a pain. And yeah, thieves, we'll deal with it later. So this guy is going to hit up to this location. This guy's going to hit up to this location. That's probably okay, because if we snipe this... you know what? We can walk around this, though. This is not something that blocks me, so we can always just loop around it with Ike. Which is the original plan anyway. That you go with Ike over here, and then you just hit this guy. Oh, except I can't. Yes, I can. I will just stand there and tank everything I can. Which will also mean if we have ranged attacks at all. Also, we need to watch out for the Great Lance, because we don't want to get pushed onto magma at any point. Which is something we need to watch out for. Fracture Staff could also prevent me from counterattacking, which is something that we... because Armored is immune to break only from weapon advantage, but is not immune to the Fracture Staff, which could throw a bit of a wrinkle in the works here. But anyway, this guy will die to magic attacks. And also probably the Great Lance, so we'll do it that way. Okay. In that case, let's play. Chloe's going to get a snipe. This will hopefully work. If it doesn't, well, worse things have happened. And we always have Vale's ability to back us up if we really need some additional movement.
As if I'd lose. A good wind.
And she can move up. That might not be a good idea until I figure out where everybody's position will be, though. But this guy will plan to kill anyway. Actually, she's fast. We probably want to run her over to the right side to... Let's see. Oh yeah, this guy's only movement 2, that's why he's not a threat. But we want to hunt the other thief, probably. So we'll move her here. Or do we? Because Marin needs to go down to this position. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. But if Marin's going down to this position, she might be within range of... 1, 2, 3, 4. No, she's fine. Okay. Next, Marin comes down here. In fact, I wonder if... Yeah, this is not a lot of extra damage. So we'll just probably stay on 11 sword and do 50. And then it's going to be Ike plus Seedall for the next move. Louis and Ike, and then Seedall, rather. You move Louis and Ike over here. Oh, you know what? You can even do reposition to give him additional movement. Which maybe we should do, although Seedall will be out of range. He's got to go here. And then Seedall's got to pull back to a certain position, which we'll have to mark. It'll probably just stay around here anyway. Or even go further up front, like here, because this will be open. So, Louis and Ike over here. Seedall and Sigurd over here. And we can go down here and he'll be fine. He'd better be fine. If not, we've got some disaster management coming. Now, ideally I wouldn't have to spend a weapon attack on this turn. I would just use Ike's ability instead, but unfortunately, if we had thought to put Fugato in this position instead, we would have done it, but we messed up, so. Rather than do that, we will have to use Ike to actually attack in. Next turn we'll have to take out the other mage and then we'll get him to just defend. Or we can just push in and do a huge forward attack as well. The most important thing is to not get pushed onto the magma. So, if we can do it with Brionac, we'll do it with Brionac because then we can counter ranged attacks if applicable. might not be applicable. Actually, who is even going to hit me there? Nobody's going to hit me there. So it doesn't matter because this guy's not going to attack this way. Okay, in that case, let's just take the most flexible option, which is going to be Brenak. Just in case. Yeah, if I understand Thief AI correctly, it is not going to attack into me. It is going to go for the chest and loot it. Then we just snipe it off immediately next turn. We got tons of movement here. Do I want to use Warp Ragnarok with Citroen? Probably not this turn. We don't have a clear target for it. Switch over to physical attack here, and let's see what we can do. I think we walk Jean into there with the Shielding Art. Shielding Art will take his defense up to the mid-30s, which means he'll be able to absorb a double attack. And we'll just move in as far as we can.
I'll do my
and
best.
just put a backline behind him. Items. And he can chain guard whoever's beside him, so we can move another unit beside him as well. So, yeah, defense 33, and he's got an extra reduction from Erica as well. So we'll go chain guard, and then we can move units beside him because there's only one attacker here. As long as he doesn't double anybody that we send in, then we can send in, well, the only unit who's going to stand there, who is Fagato. Yeah, because if there's an attack into Fagato, we'll still be fine. A Swordmaster is going to attack in melee, though, which means we do need to switch Fagato to a different weapon. I guess it would have to be Armor Slayer. 32 attack? Yeah, I guess it would have to be. Unless he has a way of countering that I don't remember. Yeah, as long as we don't get doubled. So. I guess we can always switch to Lucina for one of her weapons, but we're playing defensively. Let's just keep things as is. Armor Slayer. Yeah. He's got 39 speed, 36 speed. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. So we stay out of this guy's range with anybody who might get doubled. Piercing Glare from... Oh yeah, this is the anti-ranged ability. We didn't even use it last round because she hadn't unlocked it yet since she only reached Bond 12 with Hector. But you can visualize what it does now. Hector's ability is kind of like this anti-archer thing. Anti-mage as well. We'll send everybody up, and
As you wish.
Yeah, Alchrist, if he's within 2 tiles of somebody who gets attacked, he's in good shape. So we'll wait here.
I've got this.
We might as well try to do the summon thing. I don't know how long the unit lasts, whether it only lasts as long as my engage, so maybe we should do it next turn. Summon hero. Yeah, let's actually move until we're closer in. Although, if we engage now, then we can use contract next turn and do some kind of double attack. But that we'll hold position this turn.
I can do this.
This is very much a pure positioning turn while we
Devoted to you.
just move in and see how we're going to do things. We will need to mob these guys on the right. It'll mostly my fast units here that we take in with us. At least that's the idea. Dragon Vein's not going to heal anybody interesting this time, but
An invitation.
we'll take it. Okay, fire away. friendly fire, yeah, of course. So basically, if we use positioning tools to push enemies onto the fire, then they take an extra 30. Rescue, we want a rescue. So we can use our existing ones more heavily. I mean, we always try to do optional objectives. We are going to catch both thieves. It's just going to happen. Yeah, so that's why there's so many healers on that side, is that they'll sustain the magma damage. We're not there yet. That's a lot of magma.
This smoke is obscuring our view.
Oh,
We should advance
Fog of
carefully.
War, really? Ah, okay, no. Hopefully not Fog of War. That's not something I'm prepared for this turn. Okay. It will spread slowly over time. Then we'd better play fast. And were those reinforcements or was that just movement? I think it's definitely reinforcements, right? Or yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of time pressure, which means that the time to perhaps do the Veil Cetol combo to move in is probably now. We can also move in with Ike to get this done. So 51 over 15. That is what, 6 or 36, 36 and 2. That's going to be 72. Yeah, too dangerous. Because, you know, even the slightest physical attack could tip him over after that. However, he does have enough damage reduction abilities plus the resilience off one of the engaged weapons that actually I might be able to push through it. As you look at these guys, they're all standing here blocking this position, but they don't actually move. They're just here to be healers at range. And first of all, the healers don't matter if we just outright kill units anyway. We should probably cut through the center instead of playing through the smoke, though. But anyway, we'll figure that out. Okay, right side. We can kill this guy with something. And how far can we push? Yeah, Chloe can get over here. Ivy can probably also hit with Thoron. She can hit pretty hard. In fact, Ivy combined with Chloe as our Air Force can probably just kill this one immediately. With a Flame Lance. And indeed, she might even be able to get a second snipe down there. So, let's unmark some units. Yeah, no, we should be able to kill this turn with the Air Force. We'll be able to take this guy out easily. He's within range. And then we can just gun it for the thief. It's going to be a lot of units to move here, though, so let's figure this out. Yeah. Alchris is kind of slow. He should maybe not stand too close, but let's figure out this side. We don't want to get pushed by the Great Lance, so we don't stand beside the magma. Whoever stands here, though, needs to soak damage from the mage. But the mage can just be pulled out, because all of these guys just stand still. So as long as we have somebody who has decent resilience, we might be able to get in there and just kill something. Yeah, Lance over here. Great Lance over here. I think the idea would be if we take a magic attacker to take this guy out immediately, then get somebody else here to snipe the thief. So, just as an example, if we don't actually commit to this, but just do a quick damage test with Warp Ragnarok. Doesn't quite kill. It does kill the thief, but it won't quite kill the Great Lance. However, where's Vale? Vale can go where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite far enough. But if Vale kills this, and then we double her with Seedall, so let me do this, then she gets in position to double the whole party. And then we send a whole party up here, and we just destroy everything we can. That might work. Where is Vale? Vale. Also, if she has 6 movement, she can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and also just hit this guy. As long as we remove this one first, which we can, using Citrin. 156 damage. I think that'll probably be enough. I don't know if we want that position for her, though. We might want this position, because then the idea is that we use Vale here to do another cluster. Except if she's standing here, we would need 3 movements. 1, 2, 3 with Seedall. So Seedall, where is he? That's the problem with obstructing everything. Oh, he's right here. Okay. So let's say Vale goes down here, snipes. Seedall doubles her up, gets into this position. We have somebody doing a 2-range attack on a Great Lance from this position. Probably Marin. Marin might even be able to not quite kill it, but could get pretty far. And then we just reload the whole quad, take out these 2 immediately. Chloe and Lynn might actually be able to do it. Not quite. Okay, so I think we have an idea, which is... And if we're able to get Ike, Louie and Ike all the way over here to blow this up, then he can totally start peeling off the healers. He wants to stand in this square, ideally, because then we can take out the whole cluster at once. Depending on whether we have other magic attackers that are potentially an issue. Silent Staff would in fact be quite useful here, but if we can snipe this guy, there's no problem. So can we snipe this guy? That's the operative question. If we send Ivy down... Nope, not far enough. Actually, yes, far enough, because she would move down a slot using Canter. But then she wouldn't be able to kill this very well. Okay, if we send Chloe down... Now we kind of give up on one of the ideas we had earlier to snipe this guy right away with Ivy, but I think that is still fine. We'll be able to kill it some other way. Using Fagato for... Does Fagato have Canter? No, he doesn't. The Fagato does have a Radiant Bow, which we would need to kind of stand and fire for that unless we come over here. Then he would potentially get smacked, which is not good. That's okay. We'll do this. So, Citrin first. She'll stand right on the fire because we live dangerously. It's 100% attack, and the first attack will kill, so we don't need to worry about the counter. I hope.
I claim
this victory.
Okay. Next, Veil. Goes down here, snipes the thief. Don't tell me this doesn't kill. It doesn't kill. Okay. That's fine. Except she would take some return damage. This I should have calculated this first. Oh well. What if we use with Byleth? Okay, no, I messed that up. And that's okay, we can get somebody else to hit here. And if Veil does engage this turn, she can just instruct everybody first and then double up on the next move. So we're okay. In fact, if we send Murin, let's see who can actually get the kill here. We should, in fact, try the engage ability this turn. Maybe even stand here while doing it, although this might spawn a unit on the magma, which would not be good. Let's stand here, engage, and see what happens with the summon hero. Just to test it out.
Engage.
Our first time seeing it, so. Ah, so you get to choose the orb just like you do in Heroes originally. Now that's interesting, so you can basically choose who you need. Okay, so who do we need? Let's take a look at the weapon triangle here. I mean, we're going against Dagger. We don't want somebody too slow. Axe, however, would be able to take down a Great Lance. But if we summon somebody who's able to attack from range, that could also solve the issue I have here with that guy. You know what? I want to take down a thief. Let's go... We should definitely go sword, maybe. Or lance, just to be quick. Let's try it. And hopefully not completely block my position. So how does this work? Let's see. Let's roll for red. Four-star general. And he's going to be totally out of position. Because I summon him behind, of course. And how long does he last, I wonder? Only until the engage is finished, or do we get him for longer? We'll find out. Well, anyway. Let's figure out the positioning then. You know what? Veronica gets pretty close to killing. If Seedall is one of the units that I'm re-engaging anyway, it makes sense to just try to kill something directly using Living Ike, because we can always fix his positioning afterwards. And in fact, we'd want to park him here. In case we need to pull somebody out with Cantor afterwards. Let's figure out his position. It's got 5 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no. We want him here. Because you double him up, he stands over here, then he does the big Ike ability. Let's check to make sure we don't have any serious anti-tank weapons here. Oh, there is Excalibur on this priest. Actually, there's a lot of spell users here. We shouldn't just attack into this as Ike without knowing what we're doing. Because everybody's going to nuke him. So, yeah, we do not want to just stand there. That would, in fact, be a uniquely bad idea. since this is a whole cluster of spellcasters. Which I totally didn't look at carefully. Alright, let's rethink that. Oh, we can always do some kind of rescue play, though. Or freeze them using Ivy. We'll freeze them using Ivy next turn. We won't do it this turn. We can use this turn to push down here and do some initial damage. Indeed, since they don't move, they're not going to use the fist attacks at 2 range. They'll use the magic attacks at 2 range, which means that so long as I deal with this guy, who's got a Brave Lance, sending a spell user there is actually a better idea. We might not be able to play as aggressively as I hope, though. Okay, in that case, we should actually come down... Well, let's see. 4, 5? No. I'm gonna go down there. Okay, never mind. We're not going to use the Ike ability then. Let's just hit this. And we definitely need to kill this guy so he doesn't push me with a Great Lance. So yeah, Central Cluster here is actually maybe slightly more challenging than I gave it credit for, but we'll deal with it. Someone needs to poke this. What did I say we were doing? Marin here is going to be within range of the magic attacker, but I've got speed 32 against this. We're fine. In fact, if we get right up to her, that's probably also fine, but then you wouldn't need to. Yeah, you need the Levin Sword anyway, though, so better to stand at range. And Levin Sword him this way. I should have actually taken a look at the incoming attackers down here before I did that, but that's okay, they're out of range. So now what we'll do is... Then is there any point to... doing what I said earlier? No, we actually don't need to use Veil's ability this turn then, because we just use Cedal to reload Citrin. Citrin comes here and hits this guy. And she's able to tank the magic damage as well, so no problem with that. And we can start... which will stand outside range of the physical attackers. But you can nuke this, so... we should actually... yeah, we don't care about this guy's range. Cedal can stand here. We kind of care about the flyer range, but... if I'm not mistaken, we can just do this, and then do the big Veil play next turn. Because I should be able to just go here. We could have just done that in the first place and not used Marin, but that's okay.
I beg your pardon.
And then we basically just mob the defenders next turn, because they're all currently on their fist weapons. And given that they are on fist weapons, they won't counterattack. And so we basically need to bust down this whole cluster at once, with one big move. And we can do it. As long as it's only magic attackers. Yeah, we need people who can take magic damage. In here, Aaron's probably going to take a hit. And then we go with our original plan of the Thoron play on the right side. We can pull her back out from there. Fabrication can just go over here. Also, Fabrication can swap. Because he's a general, so of course he can. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Next turn he'll still do absolutely nothing because he's so slow. Except maybe bait some damage. So. Let's not swap. Yeah, we can also move him twice. So, a bit of a useless summon, just given how poorly positioned he was. Let's make sure we can kill this guy. First of all, we need to make sure that we mark range on this. Because it just means that we need to pull back with Chloe if we do hit this guy. And we can't. I don't even want to pull back here. But that's within range of a spell attack, so no, we'll pull back here. And then next turn she can come in and assist with blowing up the center. Yeah, that'll work. Spear is oddly enough going to be most efficacious here. Let's just kill it.
Relax! Hungry for more! I can't retreat now.
Okay, back one spot. We take this guy out. Make sure we're out of range of everybody else. Well, let's make sure that we have enough damage to work with here as Alchris. We will. Not guaranteed, though, but oddly enough, Longbow has the best hit, which is not something you see every day. We should do that then, just to keep him in position. Yeah, potentially walk him down.
I can't believe I did that.
Can't believe it either. Advantage ++. Okay, let's see this. Brave Axe 70%. We're not taking risks with that. Again, crit 16% from the enemy. Yeah. Unless we know we can kill, we probably shouldn't mess with it. 52% crit on this, but I think if we want to do something like that, we should actually go at bow range. And Radiant Bow does pretty well as well. 70% hit, but 60% crit. We should actually try it that way, and then we have other options if it doesn't go. Okay. Not ideal, but it works. And then we run over here. This barely hits. So I think it should be Jean. Indeed, we can stay on Shielding Art, but nobody's going to attack it, and I think we can just take him directly with Divine.
Let me help.
Get one for you. Goodbye.
And we'll get Fugato in there. And get ready for the next big attack after that. So, we'll get in. And they're safe. Vale can come down here then and be prepared for doubling up on my team the next turn, so we can just, once again, blow up the whole center. If we're able, General is standing in my way. We actually should have put her there instead. Yeah, nothing's going to happen there. It's going to miss Marin, which is good. We can bust through before smoke becomes all enveloping. And getting like the top of Old Smoky here. Let's we can probably get within longbow range to hit this guy. Longbow here is going to do 35, and it's going to outspeed him. It's going to do 20 and 20, so actually it should be Longcrest nuking this, because then it frees up a couple of other attackers. Then we're going to push into the center and take out everything we can. Ivy and Corin potentially doing a big freeze play over here might be useful, because freezing everything will actually reach all the way up to the Griffin Knight, and then she can pull back from there. This guy is probably the biggest concern, though, this general over here. He's the one who actually plays spoiler. A lot of other things we can shoot down. Fugato, for instance, can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he might even be able to just shoot this down directly. Almost. He's one tile off. But we're able to chase the thief at this point and probably hunt it down. Let's watch out for the mage range here with the Excalibur. That's kind of important. Yeah, general range. Yeah, we'll probably be able to even warp in there or something. The bow might be an issue. I feel like Ivy is somebody that we definitely need to double move, because we need her to freeze some units in order to proceed. Otherwise, we'll be playing into the cluster much too aggressively. But anyway, we've got options. So, it's going to be Alchrist hitting this guy. We might as well use this general that we were talking about. Actually, the general can kill it. Except it can't, because it's going to take too much damage first. But the general can chip this. I don't want it to get in the way of my position, though, so we'll have to be careful with it. This would also work. This would kill it immediately. Only thing being that, well, Chris wouldn't have much to do. But Seal needs to move out of the way before Alcris can move anyway, so we'll, I think, definitely get Louis in here, because he can start nuking everything. And as long as we take out all the spellcasters that would be within range of him, it's okay to get Louis to stand there. And probably even best to get him to stand there and block the position so nobody can approach me. So I think that's definitely the first play, is we get Louis to hit. Probably hit this guy first in case we want to open up access to the right side. I hope this is correct. Yeah, let's do it.
Was that sufficient?
We can even get Cedal on him. And get 3 moves on him. Yeah, we need to watch out for these guys because they've got speed 35. Possibly more, possibly less. We don't really need to worry about cavalry except for Marin, I suppose. But they are concerned if we don't snipe them, so... If, however, it's mainly Louis here in the center, we're fine. Like, if we just have him do 3 moves and kill everything he can. What about his spot here? Got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I should have planned this out so that he would be 1 space in. That's okay. Jean will kill anything here. That's not too much of an issue. Spell damage will also take out this guy easily. Well, that's a little dependent on a backup attack. We'll be able to take all 3. The issue is the Levin Sword and Silver Sword over here. And, welcome. QSC. Welcome back. Okay, so, yeah, the trick is that we don't want to get anybody in too close. And we won't. It's actually mostly this guy that we're worried about. 36 magic attack potentially. We've got pretty good resilience here. We just don't want anybody slow to sit there. That means Jean. Let me just mark this range first. So yeah. We might have to end up freezing that unit. I think that's the best way to do it. Which means we probably shouldn't have killed this one because we could have done the 4-string over there as Ivy. But anyway, let's see it. Assuming that... Actually, no. Magic attack 60, 36, 39. You know what? John can suffer through it just fine. It doesn't matter if he gets doubled. So... I think definitely Jean on this guy then. Let's do this position here. Let's watch out. Yeah, this position here. If shielding can kill, we'll do shielding. And it'll do it. It'll break, so...
Everyone safe.
I've got a pretty clear path over here. Yeah, Anna should probably stand back with a radiant bow to hit from outside so it's not within range. And then we can just snipe the thief over here, unless Anna snipes the thief. No, she's not close enough. Let's go bow over here. Radiant bow will almost kill it. That's very annoying that it won't. However, Lucina, does she have anything? What about the Falcon? That's the thing, his physical attack is actually kind of awful. Okay, that's unfortunate. Can't quite snipe the thief this round. Unless we trade a longbow to Anna. So, for example, we go radiant bow against this guy. Okay, he can't quite kill either, actually. Whereas Anna should be able to, yeah. Okay, that's fine. We'll just get Fagano to hunt that down. He's just barely out of range of the flyer, which is really unfortunate. Also, if the thief should choose to attack into me, we're in for about 20 damage. That's okay. But it won't, because the AI is to run away. So we'll just hunt it down. That's just the way it's going to go. What about Brave Bow? Why isn't it doing any damage here? Oh, it's a thief, and not only does it have the 4% crit, but it's also going to counterattack at this range. So we should actually go longbow if we can. And hunt it down from the outside. 62%, that's awful. Okay, so Chloe can kill it. Chloe can snipe it just fine. Almost, or rather she can help finish it off. Killer Bow would do it too, probably. 36% crit, not the best, but you know. But I kind of wanted her to come down here to assist with these ones in the center. Which is why I'm not doing that yet. It's going to be a long turn here. That's just how it goes sometimes. Anyway, what are we doing down here? Let's go... Yeah, I should be able to kill... Which means Citrian can actually go down here and maybe hit a general. But we'll have to pull out afterwards, I think. And there are two of them. I have to deal with a lot of attackers at once. Yeah. No, we just take out all the magic and just leave Icon there. I think that's the best way to do it. And we just block this position. Make sure nobody else gets in. Which means we can do a whole bunch of sniping from the outside. For example, yeah, just hit this and then pull out. Indeed, if we pull out strategically, can see it all go into that location. Yes, he can. And he can reload, pull back out, and get her to snipe the Griffin Knight. Possibly the other Griffin Knight. So actually, the best play over here should be Chloe sniping this and staying here. We're going here. But anyway, that would give me more flexibility to approach this guy as well. But the move has to be this. It has to be using this, unless we have like the Parthia bow or something. Oh, I don't have enough of a level to get the Parthia bow. That's why we don't have it. You know what? We'll just hit it. If we get hit for 20 again next turn, that happens. The 4% crit will be mildly concerned about, but I think the thief will run away anyway, so we'll just hit it. Hopefully no crit. Yeah, not great, but we'll take it. Oh wait, this no longer kills? Did I need an additional bit of damage from that? Okay, hang on. I thought I had enough damage. Oh, probably through some kind of adjacency bonus from Fagato, yeah. Or something like that. Oh, because he had to chain attack from standing beside... Yeah, okay. That's okay. We'll still kill that. We can still do it. And indeed, if she has engage, or if she uses a hammer, better yet, Wolf Bale. No. None of this is going to go. Burn Sword doesn't do it. Radiant Bow's actually best here. But my damage is a little bit off. That's unfortunate. That's okay. We should still be able to... We might even just be able to do a straight snipe as Ivy. I prefer not to, because Ivy, I think, is more useful to lock down the enemy, but... Yeah, Ivy can just kill it. Just I'd prefer not to use her. That's okay. That's at least a possibility. In that case, let's go for this play in the center and see what we can do. Because if we can snipe off 2 more, just park Louis and Ike in the middle. We have everybody else pull out. That would actually be able to do it, I think. Which means we shouldn't get in too close. We should have, as much as possible, stand out here. Yeah, because then she can snipe this one, and everybody gets out of range of this griffin. So, here's how it will work. And then Ike ultimately stands in this location. So, go here. Let's check the magic attacks too. Excalibur is 42, speed 24. Yeah, we can't leave that alive. Or we could also call doubles to blockade the location. We could do that on our second move, though. It doesn't need to be on the first move. If we have the luxury of a second move. Yeah, let's just start killing things. So we hit that, and where's Vale? Where's Vale? Vale goes here. So if Louis gets this, then Vale can position herself to reload 4 units in a cluster around here. We should still be able to do it. That's on the assumption that Louis is going to wind up in this location anyway. He's going to do a 2-range attack. He's going to hit. Defense 20, defense 20. Yeah, that'll work. This guy doesn't move, so he's not going to hit Ike, but it does block everybody else from coming. Okay, I think we've got it. Then we just need to take out these 2. And then you move Chloe back here in this location. And then we kind of reload a pause worth of units here, using Vale getting into this location. Okay. I think we finally have it. Alright, let's commit. This took a long time to map out, but I think it's going to work. We just made a mistake up here. We do need to kill that guy, so Ivy, unfortunately, is taken. We should have just done a combined attack between Fagato and Anna on that guy and let the thief run this turn, because he's going to run anyway. Seedall reloads Ike. Seedall then goes to this location. That means this guy's got to die first. How do we do it? Well, we should have checked this first, in fact. Citrin, I think, can kill it. Yeah, Citrin can do it. And she's a good enough offensive character that she's one of the people I wanted. And to attack twice this turn anyway. So Vale will get into this position. Seedall will get into this position after reloading Ike. Maybe. Or we could reload Chloe. Chloe can go down here, snipe, come back. That might be better. And we'll have one more move of Seedall, and then we'll use that to move Ike. Okay, so. And then Alchris can come in with a longbow. Can we attack in here? Yes, we can. So this might be most efficient. We do need to watch out for this guy's range. Assuming we can't snipe both griffins. But yeah, if we reload Chloe now, then we can give her a third move. Because she comes back, Vale gives her a third move. And then she can basically snipe too. Yeah, this might work. This might work really well, in fact. Okay, so Seedall reloads Chloe, stands here. Yeah, let's commit to it. It is too good to pass up. Seedall's next move will be to reload Ike. Chloe's move is going to be to snipe this one. We might not even need to. It might be better to snipe actually. These guys aren't going to reach too far anyway. I can go in and hit this guy because, yeah, I miscalculated. Chloe needs to bounce back to this spot, so what we need to do is to get her to kill this one. It doesn't matter what we use. We'll use the spear, the brave lance, whatever. But she can only counter back 2 spots, so we'll counter back 2 spots.
I can't retreat now.
Yeah, back here. We have one more attacker going in here. And then Vale can reload all 4. In fact, if we use the fabrication... No, unfortunately he dies. But... if we can't use Ivy, unfortunately, because once again we need this. Unless we can get a kill as Anna using one of the crit weapons, but what if there's something as Hector that she can do? Let's engage.
This item is not for sale!
She can even use the Hector repulsor ability, even. Where she uses Piercing Glare. Then she might be able to prevent this from moving in. I don't know. No, that won't work. What if she stands beside for the support? Yeah. If you depend on an 11% crit on that, you can't do that. Radiant Bow's got to be the way to go, but yeah, we're just so short of using her meaningfully here. Unless we have some other way of reaching that location. Yeah, so anyway, somebody's got to come down here and hit. Or at least wind up in this position after a counter. Actually, yeah, Peshkat's as Marin. Marin can just kill this. That's best. I should have just checked this in the first place. Why not?
That was cool, was it not?
That was very cool, as usual. R for the course for our Wolf Master. Okay, next. Vale is going to reload all 4 with Byleth. Then the General can do absolutely nothing useful, as before. And the Avatar can come down here, and I guess... I don't know if there's anything interesting in terms of engaged weapons. Yeah. It's a magic staff, though, so not what I actually want. So Vale can reload all 4 and pull out, and all 4 of these units can probably pull back out unless I snipe Griffin Knight, which I can do using Chloe. I would still need to deal with this Griffin Knight over here, though, but I think we're able to lock it down. We'll figure it out. But basically we can pull everybody out to a safe position even if we don't use them to do further attacks. So we'll get Vale probably to pull out to this spot here to get an adjacency bonus. I think she can pull out after Goddess Dance. I believe she can.
Help me be a righteous dragon.
I've done this enough that you'd think I'd remember.
No hesitation.
This is a very long and complicated turn, but a critical one, so worth the trouble. We hope. Okay. Yeah, we might even be able to... We don't have anybody who can hit at 3 range, unfortunately, but if we... We might even be able to do, like, a Warp Ragnarok. Oh, Warp Ragnarok. Yes, we can, because Citrin can go back here, kill this guy in reverse. That frees up Ivy to go forward. Not that she'll hit anything interesting at this range. Yeah. She can't do very much, but Thoron can help kill that one. Thoron, moreover, would be able to freeze a unit, which... I wish I'd thought of it sooner, because then we could use Seattle with her instead, and then freeze the whole cluster. But, yeah, we should have thought of this earlier. So anyway, Chloe's going to kill one of these two. She can do it, because she's got the bow. She should be able to do it quite easily, in fact. She can also drop doubles and block the whole cluster. Just think about this. The only thing that I'll be able to do that's useful with this unit here is attack into this guy, so we'll do it. We'll need to kill it, for sure. So we might as well just attack. 16% crit, you never know. Maybe it'll take care of itself, or not. Seems like quite a lot of damage mitigation on that I didn't expect. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Marin can probably finish it off, I think. Marin probably could have done quite a bit of damage to begin with, but yeah, at least we know what our options are. Alchris and Leaf won't do anything this turn because they're out of position. So Citrin and Celica can blow something up. In fact, if you do it that way... Problem is that they're pretty vulnerable. I can't send her to the front line. So if we can find a good use for Ivy, we might even just get Ivy to get over here and knock out the thief. She can do it. Chain attack will do it. So let's say Soren and Ivy come out over here. Take out these two. Then unfortunately Anna was not too useful this turn. And then we just stand out of range of these guys probably, or nuke one. Yeah, probably just stand out of range of one of these guys. Which would mean that Seedall would have to stand here to reload Louis and pull back. Louis would probably want to come here and hit this. And then these guys all hang around here, not a big deal. As long as we don't get within range of this guy's Excalibur. Okay, we forgot about this guy. So we can't actually stand too close, but we can get within 2 ranges, Louis and nuke. So we're fine. We just need to not forget about this guy. And we won't. We should be able to do this. Yeah, because we can just go 3 range over here, hit. And actually, we might even want to pull this guy out. We're not for the Excalibur. Having type effectiveness. There's magic attack 45. Then you would need to add 2 times the weapon strength, which let me check here. It's got 35 magic. Excalibur does 10, so you would add plus 20 to any attack against a flyer, I think. We'd be able to survive that, but maybe shouldn't take our chances. So, anyways, Trin is going to go Warp Ragnarok. Unfortunately, it does trap a lot of our units in this top segment here when they should be going down through the middle, but they'll catch up. Because if we go Warp Ragnarok, we can do it kind of in a backline back here. And then in combination with Anna, she'd be able to take that out. So let's say we reserve Citrin and Ivy to take out the top corner. And then we do... Well, we need to decide, take this guy out or take this guy out. I think it's got to be this guy. Yeah, Marin can come over here and hit this. She seems to be the best option over here, so I'll do that.
You were a worthy opponent.
Okay, and that's through, you know, pretty much the midsection of the map. Even if it is on, what, turn 3? Yeah, turn 3. Weren't we told this took 25 turns, or was recommended to? I guess we have reinforcements coming in, and we do eventually have to deal with Soren. We're only kind of at the first third or so of the map, and we have these flyers coming in that we need to not forget about, but that's why we have archers galore coming over here on that side. Which tells me that while we have engage available, yes, we should actually take out this end. Once again, though, we need to watch out for Excalibur. She's got res 32. That's okay. This guy is going to hit up to this location. We snipe and then pull back this way. Should be okay. We'll need to watch her positioning, though. Because there's also the longbow, so we need to be extra careful. So maybe we can't take that out. Maybe we do have to go for the bottom griffin. Because top griffin is going to hit way too much stuff. Like, these guys are basically zoning out my flyers. And if they're zoning out my flyers, then I cannot end with Chloe in that location. I do have to snipe the bottom one instead. Or snipe something else completely. Regardless, Well, let's see. Yeah, gets in way too close. Longbow hits this. Longbow's definitely within range. So, need to hit this and pull back out this way, I think. Like, basically, let's check this range here. She hits this, then she can pull back here. That's mostly safe. Not safe from this guy, but he doesn't really do too much. So, okay, in that case, let's kill it and pull back.
A good wind.
Oh. It has 2 life bars. I completely didn't see this. That's a mistake. I didn't even look at these Griffin Knights as having life crystals. Okay, that's awkward. That's okay. We'll just pull everybody else out and let them attack into... What they'll attack into. That's very awkward. As long as it doesn't hit anything with Rider's Bane. Yeah, no, everybody else is out of range. I don't actually think I need to worry about this. She'll get hit. She'll get hit in 2 directions. But she's got defense 26. This will be attack 35. She outspeeds them by far. Spear hits a little harder. But no, she can take it. I completely didn't see that. Okay, in that case, Senol on Ike for sure. We'll even put the other dummy summon general in here just to bait more attacks. He's got good defense. He'll actually be solid bait. Anyway, Ike in this position. Snipe this.
My apologies.
What an incredibly long turn. Okay, next. Citrina Salica. Yeah, we're going to do a top corner play because this way we have these griffins that... I'm glad I saw before it was too late that they have 2 life bars. That potentially does... Oh, Levin sword. 36 against Louis. Do they both 11 swords? No, they don't. It's just this guy. Good. That's fine. 11 sword is fine. It'll do 36. It'll do about 40 damage to him, probably. But that's the worst it will get. Nothing else will touch him. Absolutely nothing else will touch him. I'm sure of it this time. Thoron. Yeah, that doesn't reach. Yeah, I'm fine. Perfectly fine. We do need to mark this guy again, though, just to be careful. Particularly because... Yeah, Silver Sword. Okay, 11 Sword's the only 2 range attack, though, so against Ivy, if Ivy's at maximum range, she is okay. Which means... we do need to leave room for Celica's attack. With the Warp Ragnarok, because we would need to position her here. I think that's also okay. So, engage. Warp Ragnarok over here. Has to be over here. And she can withstand 11 swords, so that's a safe place to stand. I hope I've calculated this properly, because if I have to repeat anything in this turn, it's going to be such a mess to entangle. Given that I've spent about an hour on this turn, probably. Okay, gonna dump on this guy.
Me first.
I got my share.
And if the Griffin wants to come and attack me, it's welcome to. We have so much else going on to take it out. Yeah, so we do want to stay out of range of this guy. Maybe, because of the Excalibur. But if we get in here as Ivy, and maybe even just hold position here, we're fine. Speed 36, though. Yeah, she's going to get hit somewhat hard. Because it would do 39 against her. As long as I'm at magic range, I'm okay. So I need to stand here. So hopefully this actually hits. And then we pull back.
Well done.
Okay, what a complicated turn, but... And which nearly fell apart because I didn't read the life bars. But I think at this point we're okay. General can come in here and bait something. Maybe. Alright, let's hope this works. There were definitely some potential problems. But... it could be worse. It could be a lot worse. And we took out so many healers as well that some of the magma damage should stick on the enemy. Yeah, everybody's going to whiff. Magic damage against him is going to be a bit of a threat, but... yeah, that's all just going to be heals, and not really even that many. This we knew we should have been concerned about, and that's okay. Means we'll get an easy kill on it, as long as we remember to hit it twice. Okay, that actually went really well. That's about as good a result as I could have asked for. Given how tricky that turn was. Oh, look at this guy. Luck tonic. That's a lot of luck tonic. Enchanter. What is this? Combat medic who skillfully uses items for combat. Can use convoy. Oh, if it's like the convoy... oh, okay, no, you... No, convoy as in being able to access the inventory, okay. Because for a moment I thought it meant convoy as in the mount rescue ability that was in some older games. It's not. There's no way. Oh, or maybe it is, though. It's got a wagon. Right. No, it just accesses the same convoy as the party leader. Alright, in that case, let's push in. And let's kill everything. If we can. We're kind of out of range of a lot of things. Like, these guys aren't really going to do much to this turn, for instance, because everybody's out of position. Anyway. We're in good shape, though. I feel like we've made major advances in the last turn. To the point that we have a lot less to be worried about. Anyway, priority. We have to take down the Griffins. Sean's not really within range, but Ivy would be. She would be able to hit this with a Thoron. And she pretty much has to... 52%. That's kind of dreadful.
Sure, okay.
That's hardly going to hit. However, if she engages, she would be able to freeze it, but I don't think we should rely on that. I think we should actually just go ahead and kill it. we can. General is a summon. We don't care if it stands on a crater. In fact, it would be able to do a pushback. We don't want to stand on anything dangerous to take this guy out. So, General, 4 moves should actually attack into this guy to trap him at the end. Let's take a look. Seedall, of course, is an archer and should, in fact, be our choice to deal with this. Let's see if he has speed issues. Yeah, Londobear would be able to take it out. Brave Bow does pretty well. The problem is that he would stand on top of the crater and I would need to pull him out somehow. And we don't want to commit to that yet until we know what Seedall is being used for this turn. We can probably take both of these out, as long as I have an additional attacker on a Griffin Knight. Let's see if we do. Where's Chloe? Chloe can take down a full bar on any of these guys. And given that Alchris can finish off Griffin Knight, then that means, logically, Chloe is going to be our choice to take out this guy while we still have the ability to do so. So we just need somebody to chip it down now. Out of range. We can try the Thoron. I mean, if it hits at 52%, obviously it solves a lot of problems. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. But we might want to prioritize hitting this instead then. Volganone. Ooh, that hits so hard. Okay. Who else can get in there? Seedall can always reload a unit, but... Oh, Vale might be able to hit this. And hit it nice and hard. Or she could double up on this guy. And kill it immediately, which is good. Mr. Record. We might want to use someone else down here, though. But no, we'll blockade this area with the General. I think it makes sense for Vale to hit and then pull back.
Should I have held back?
And we kind of keep her on a back line for now and send our units through to center if we can. This is not going to hit at range, so we're fine. We do almost certainly need to take out the bow, but what's the bow range on this? Longbow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I could hit it anyway, so we'll take out the bow. It's got to happen. Yeah, this can trap. It can also... I think at this point we are committing to Alchris going for the bow here. 90%. If it misses, we're in trouble, but... And then we'll pull him out using Seedall. Using the General's reposition is... Or is it a swap? It is a swap, so... General swap can actually do it as well. So let's leave that as an option before we commit to anything. Let's take a look at the attacking possibilities over here. No, we'll pull out. We're not doing that. What about this one? Yeah, we didn't really even think about using contract either. Which could be useful, because if we... get within range of someone here, we can hit twice. Yeah, actually, it's better if we retain access to Seedall, because then we can hit both these units and blockade this location. Because then we can at least guarantee that we can take out the archer. So, although we still have so many units free, we actually have lots of possibilities here. We could even destroy this immediately, in fact. Using Chloe. No, we wanted to save Chloe for this one. Okay. But if we can kill it twice, we're in good shape, so... we hit it with 54. What was its HP cap to begin with? At 54, so... we use contract intelligently here. We might be able to take out 2. But I don't think we're within range for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And is it only an attack? Let's see. Another action. Another action is great, because if you use the action on Seedall, then Seedall just doubles up in 2 units. So Seedall goes here. Doubles up an Ike. Seedall can actually just double up on someone secondary. That's actually the best way to use contract, actually. Use it in conjunction with somebody who's already doing multiple moves. Which means that we do want, like, in this position here. Louis and Ike, rather. Maximize hits chance if we can. Silver Great Lance takes a little too much damage incoming. I'd rather break it with Brionac first, but that could also miss. I think we just have to try it. 77%, that's ugly. Rider's Bane doesn't really hit much at all. Let's do it. We have contingencies if this doesn't work, and it works.
Beautiful while you lasted.
And like I said, Great Lance is going to take damage incoming, so we need to make sure we take out the mage. It's going to be using Ivy and Corin. We'll need to pull them out afterwards so they don't get within bow range, just in case of emergency. Hit chance is pretty much the same here, so we'll see if 80% is going to be on my side today. Oh, it is not on my side. That was really not on my side. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Must withdraw from fighting.
Okay, time crystal.
I cannot die before my
We should have used
strong
Thoron and
sword.
stood outside range. Yeah, that was reckless. Okay, let's back up. That's the second time this happened today, that we had a death on a player turn to a crit that I didn't watch. We have not been taking enemy crits seriously enough, simply because I just didn't have to deal with them during the main campaign. Okay. Second crown crystal of the day, that's unfortunate. Let's do this at Thoron range. Let's be sensible here. It's going to be 82% anyway. And if it's a miss, it's a miss. If it's a miss, we'll need some kind of contingency plan, but I think we might be able to do it anyway, because if we use Rescue on Citrin, we would be able to position Anna forward in such a way that she would actually be useful this turn. And so that would be the backup plan. If things fall apart with misses, then Citrin pulls Anna up, and Anna attacks instead. So let's rethink this. Let's do Thoron. Miss. Okay, I guess it's the same random roll. Does get to Draconic Hexo, which is fine. Yeah, we'll just need to kill it so it doesn't nuke Louie and Ike. Anyway, somebody has to stand here and hit. Fighting a bow with a flyer is a bad idea. We shouldn't do it, but... Actually, we can do it. Because we can attack in melee, pull back one spot. Then should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This location, are you able to kill? Not quite. Yes, with a spear. Okay, so that's fine. So we can actually take out 2. Assuming that contract is going to work the way I think it is. No, hang on. Melee attack, please.
I'm ready to dig in. I can't retreat now.
One spot. Okay. Restore to business. Yeah, and we keep Cedal in the same location so he's able to move again. Oh, sorry, I just got disconnected from chat for a moment. I hope the stream's okay. I don't think there was an interruption. That's okay. I think we are still fine. Dance. We're going to get Louis to attack in with a Great Lance on the assumption that we can still kill the Excalibur afterwards. If we can't, then we're in big trouble. Because Louis' attack here... Yeah, I guess this guy's broken now, so we can just attack directly in with 90% and attempt to hit. In fact, Lynn's second attack could take this out, so we don't need to burn a rescue, but we both know deep down that would be more fun to burn a rescue. We have to not forget to take Alchrist out of here. So I think that is the play. General's going to pull this out. Contract. Let's see if this works. So he can't move, but I wonder if Cedal can still canter after this move. We're about to find out. Oh, he can't actually... Oh, okay. So he can't actually do it. That's how we found out the hard way, that he can't use Dance twice. Dance counts as a move? I guess he can only attack then. That's fine, he can still use Chain Guard. And that would be fine. We'd still live. I hope. 67 attack against 23. Yeah, that's a little touchy. But Chain Guard would actually reduce the issue somewhat. Still need to kill one. Okay, so that didn't work the way I expected, but all we need to do is swap. And continue moving in. Did we take out the other Griffin? Yeah, we did. Okay. 41 attack here would actually not kill. But given what happened with the crit earlier, we should not take chances. So, here's how this is going to work. If we do a rescue on Anna, Anna comes up here and hits. With the bow, probably. We could do it with Jean as well. I think Anna would be more fun. Also, we still need to watch out for these flyers over here. I keep forgetting about them. Because they've been hanging around waiting to strike, and, you know, they're so far out of position that we didn't bother to watch them, so let's mark the ranges. And start pulling. Okay, rescue staff. Let's go. Anything that hits at 100% is fine by me. Let's just kill it.
I'm pretty tough, you know.
That she is. Then we continue to run up. Yeah, this guy will do a push, but won't do anything lethal to either of them. It will break Chloe with axe attack against Lance. That's the only thing she won't be able to counter. But that's what next turn is for. Okay. Is this turn finally almost over? Let's see. Oh yes, we can chain guard. So she's not even going to take damage. Cedal's going to take damage and nobody cares. But I wonder what's chain guard on if she still gets pushed. We're about to find out. $30 damage is flat damage against all units. By the looks of it. Yeah, that's just going to block. That's fine. Everything's fine. Looking great. Despite the crit that we walked into last turn. Rest 21, yeah, we'll take this guy out from range. Seems pretty clear to me. And we've got some flyers and everything. We can start nuking things. The thing to watch out for is the fire, so let's unmark some ranges here. As long as we stay out of flyer range this turn and bait them in with something. Yeah, they're not too fast. We can bait them in with Jean, I think. Except Jean won't get within range for them this turn either, so we'll do something else entirely. Celica. Do we want to do this 2 separate attacks? I don't know. Nova will just kill it.
May we all be protected.
Okay, got up to level 19, right? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Louis and Ike would be able to pull them this turn. As long as they walk around. In that case, let's just keep pushing. And Spear is able to take this. But I guess the general is gone because of... Did it actually die to the attack, or was it the engage ability? I think it was just the engage falling off. Yeah, so the fabrication only lasts as long as the engage is up. We'll deal with the paladins separately. I think if we had flame lance on it, that wouldn't really do much anyway. It's a little too strong against that. That's okay, we'll just let this guy run around. He's not a threat. Hit this, in fact, you pull out with Cedal. I'd be able to get a second attack with Chloe, potentially. So let's just kill this first.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
No, he wasn't. Okay. Thoron does 53 against 29. I probably don't want to mess with that, but I could probably go in and snipe it anyway this turn. And that's probably what we'll do. Because then we remove as many heals from the board as we can, and then we really start to have the advantage. Like, this has been healing like crazy. It's got 4 uses of physic already, 1 every turn. And if we take it out, we're in great shape. Radiant Bow. Wand of Bear is even better. I got a 20% crit on that longbow. No wonder it's been doing so well. Veil, however, can just take it out immediately. Let's just do it. Let's just simplify.
As expected.
I should really not spend too much time on turns where, honestly, all options are good. We need to watch out for this guy's range, that's the only thing. But that means that Cedal could potentially run up here, because we don't need to worry about any of these guys on the assumption that we will take out the mage, which we will. Oh, I should have stood down here. Okay, my mistake. Because it's all magma craters down here. Sky, in fact... Yeah, whoops, that was a mistake. I wanted to stand here and run over here, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... maybe the smoke obstructs his movement, though. Well, I don't want to have him too far back. But there's no... Yeah, there's no marker here. It looks like it does slow you down, so... I think it's actually 2 movement points for ground smoke, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes sense, that you think of the ground as a 1-point movement penalty. Unless, of course, you can fly, which we can. I wonder, in fact, if getting right up to him with the Brave Lance would kill it. It would, too. But on balance, we should kill the mage first. We can deal with this guy next turn. We have so many options at this point. Like, this would be a bad idea, but... yeah, Wand of Bear actually nearly kills it. Brave Bow nearly kills it. Engage, unfortunately, doesn't quite put me above the line, but... we can just do a little bit of chip damage against him, and we're perfectly fine. But let's not mess with that. Let's just kill the mage and move on. Yeah, and then we pull back 2 spots. We can very easily kill the paladin next turn, so we'll take care of the thing.
A right and proper end.
Louis and Ike are going to bait these guys. Do they have range attack? They do not, which means
This isn't so bad.
we will stand here with the Great Lance and just soak it. I even want to, depending on what our heal situation here is, to drop a Dragon Vein this turn. Also, no really good place for Fagato to stand, but that's okay because he's going to come in and start sniping next turn. So, yeah, Jean and Fagato will just need to stand elsewhere. Anna and Hector will run up here. Piercing Glare. Now that's interesting if we use Piercing Glare to prevent a unit from entering an ally's melee range. We're not going to do it that way, but that might be interesting. Like, there's nowhere for her to do that that doesn't involve standing on a magma crater. Also, I just realized Citrine is standing on a magma crater. I didn't see that. I guess she's taking 30 damage. That's okay. That's what the Dragon Vein heal is for. I had not made a mistake up to this point, but luckily no one is going to damage her. Well, if people are taking damage anyway, let's drop a Dragon Vein and be done with it. Mountain Flyers only? Yeah, she can still do it that way. No, except you can't drop it on the mountain, so... But you can come down to here, drop a Dragon Vein up above, like this. No, we want it to cover poor Citrine. So, I guess archers remain back here this turn. We'll deal with it. I mean, I can always rescue her out with Ivy, but I don't know that I'd want to burn the rescue staff that way. I guess it would give me a little bit more positional flexibility to get in here. But we also don't know with the rescue staff where we're going to drop her off, so it's always a little bit unpredictable. There probably is a system to it, but anyway. Alright, let's drop the Dragon Vein and heal up from our mistake. Yeah, archers. I don't know if you take damage from smoke. I don't think you do, because usually with fire it would tell you. It just juices your stats this turn, so. But that's okay, just in case, we'll stand outside. We've got a lot more units to move. So we'll just try to maneuver everybody through the muck without standing on too much stuff. Those two remaining. Yeah, let's just play it this way. It's a little bit slow, but we can do it. How does this take people 25 turns? What's the surprise I'm not seeing? I mean, I guess the recommendation would be independent of my progress through the game, and we're loaded up on emblems at this point to make things easier, so... Also, these guys totally didn't attack in. They were not fooled. Alright, then I guess we just go around them. And we nuke these guys. Okay, I guess we'll just go around them and not think too hard about it. Except it's a little awkward to move through here. I mean, we can get Jean. I think Jean, since he would actually take damage instead of being impenetrable like Louis and Ike, might be able to attract her AI. Yeah, 49 against. And with shielding art, you're up to 33 plus some damage reduction. Yeah, you should be okay. So Jean can just stand here. Maybe even chain guard around him, so would prevent incoming damage against anybody passing through. Anyway, we got another enchanter down here. We can probably just kill it directly. I don't see why not. Let's just kill it. Yeah, she can kill it. We'll do it, but I just want to assess my options first before we overcommit, particularly because these flyers are also hanging around. We'll stand one spot outside.
Simple enough.
What was seen all anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, if we use this spot, we might even be able to get a second attack off of her if necessary. Oh, why do I have more threats marked down here? What did I mark? Mark these two. Who else is down here? Ah, yeah, bolting. This is where you start getting into bolting range. And there's no weapon durability here, so we're starting to get into the zone where we actually do have to deal with Soren. If he runs out and tries to drop bolting on me anyway, so... Like if you mark this, yeah, this is the bolting range, that's incredible. But if bolting is the only long-range attack that we need to deal with, then as long as we have resilience that can handle up to 39, we're okay. I wonder what the range on Cataclysm is. It's not clear to me. Hit minus 20 with Thunder, that's okay. We don't care. Let's kill these guys. The thing is, if we stand within range of bolting, it might bait him to walk out. Or at least might bait some of the other units. So the approach, I think, will be to try to snipe with Chloe and Lynn as much as we can. And maybe bait with the Veronica units as well. Okay, so got Paladin over here. Yeah, I knew we could take it. Question is just how. And I think Vale is able to kill Alchrist. Is able to do decently with the Lunda Bearer, but we would need to stand in the right position to do so. Ivy, I think we'll just hit this and then pull back. I really don't see why not. Maybe even hit here, pull back. Indeed, Ivy is one of the units who can actually take bolting if necessary. So we might even stand here to see if we can bait the bolting. That'd be the best way to test it this turn. Certainly hope this works. Yeah, so it's within bolting range. It's not within any other range. But I guess that's how this works, is that the reflect staff potentially protects these surroundings from magic attacks, but bolting kind of enforces that it come in with people who have decent magic resistance. Yeah, we can just come in here as Ike. We can also... The thing about Ike is that bolting hits once. Hit for 24 or so. It is technically survivable. This is a big magma field, though. We can't really stand there. I think we actually do need to come down maybe to the left side, because these are too many tiles that we can't stand on. And if bolting is down here, there actually is a spot to stand on. Oh, okay. No, this is Wyvern territory. That's fine. We actually want to bait the Wyverns then if we can. So let's do that. Let's see how it goes around. Okay. Then he goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, also, yeah, Citron needs to heal. For sure. Kind of want to feed Alcor some XP here, though, so... yeah, we know Jean is going to try to bait in everybody else, so Jean will do the heal. With his massive magic stat that we almost never actually use. I guess Fogato's still kind of stuck back here. Move down a spot. Oh, he should have... no, this is Magma spot, so obviously not.
Show me the way.
Okay. Wait in this location. And that'll hit.
I'll apologize later.
Okay. Now, do we want to stand on this and reload right away? I don't think we do, actually, because we have other units who might want it first, so let's actually avoid standing on that. And let's make sure we know where we're standing with everybody else. We need a heal using Zitrin. Not really. Nothing too urgent anyway. Apart from perhaps a mutual heal on Jean, but we don't want to stand there, so I'm going to say no. Yeah. Vale, we might want to stand on something once we're pushing in to a lower position, but Oh, actually, she should have done instruct to cover Jean. I think she's able to still move after instruct, though, right? So I actually don't know if she's able to counter after instruct. If she can't, then I guess we're taking 30 damage, but she can't. Okay, she's taking 30 damage. That happens. Now we know. Yeah, because there's some abilities that let you walk and some that don't, and a lot of the emblem abilities don't, but I can never keep track of which ones. There's some system to it. Okay, so she's going to take a whack at load of damage. Through every fault of our own. And we'll just need to heal her up again this turn. Yeah, it's going to move. They're going to go. Great. Great. And that's why we wanted to take care of the flyers now, so we're not stuck dealing with them when everybody else is running up to mob me. Well, it might be critical, too, to get Veil moving. Okay. Got a pretty tight cluster now. Now, bolting is going to be a serious consideration here. But if we have an additional bit of movement with Ivy and Corin, we can actually freeze this cluster and prevent any issues with that. I expect I'll have to do it. That will get Ivy to hit something. We'll reload her, then we'll get over here to hit and freeze. The way that these units are standing, we can freeze up to 4 using Torrential Roar. We shouldn't necessarily depend on that. Anyway, we will need to take out these guys this turn. Quickly, we have archers. Arguably in excess. Longbows, not quite enough here. Let's vacate some of these positions first and let's see what happens. These guys are pretty obstructed. Yeah, and Jean can drop the heal on Veil this turn, I suppose. Why is someone threatening to attack up there? Oh, it's because it's the bolting. 39 attack, yeah, we'll just have to suffer through it. It's going to be like 20 damage on Anna. Fagato is pretty low in HP, though. We don't want to have him walk into that. Or if we do, then we want to make sure he's healed up. Or protected with Chain Guard or something. We can do that. But we need to plan ahead. In fact, Chain Guard's probably the best way to do it. That if something's only going to be within bolting range, Chain Guard would prevent the issue completely. The issue, though, is that John's not at full health right now. So, can't depend on that. But we'll... Yeah, that's Magma Crater. We don't want to stand there. But how much does bolting do again? 30-something? 39. We do 20 against him. Yeah.
Talk about a good time.
I guess we're already kind of committed to using Ivy this turn, but if we could heal up with the Dragon Vein, that would be ideal. Now, Veil definitely needs to heal, though. Even though she'd hardly take any damage from bolting herself. Notice that Chloe this turn is able to do quite a bit. Ike is also able to block this location and Yeah, Louie and I can do the Ike thing of obstructing all of these units and counterattacking. But yeah, basically, if you see it all in conjunction with Chloe's abilities, you can do a double snipe. That would be fine. Soren and Roy can also potentially hit something. Let's see. Not quite. Not quite enough, rather. Citrina Silica can actually just waltz in here and hit anything they like. And in fact, if Cedal doubles her up instead, she can just take out both of these. And there are no physical attackers in sight. And even the 51 or 53 magic attack is something she can suffer through without too much trouble. So, I think we actually do it. And take out these two immediately. Number one safe location. Oh, yeah, we didn't account for the counter. That's okay, still perhaps survivable as long as we remember to heal. And also kill everything else. Yeah, so Soren's ability, we forgot about that. That's fine. We will adjust. Is it only tomes or any magic damage? Any magic damage? There was a Reflect Staff. Okay, Reflect Staff. Deals 50% of magic damage. Okay. So, yeah, that could have ended quite badly. We might need a healer up in advance, in fact. Do we have Physic on anybody? Feels like that's an oversight. Completely walked into this. She's a little far for Jean, but well, I mean, we know how much damage she took. If we get her out of there, we'll see it all. Probably still fine. 1, 2, 3. Pulling back. And possibly rescue her out. Actually, let's do a quick test attack with Ivy here. Yeah, so it sacrifices 22 damage, but only on the first attack, because the second one doesn't do anything. So, no, you're fine. Perfectly fine. And in fact, we wanted Ivy to be Cedal's partner for this in the first place, so she can lock down the enemy. If these guys walk up next turn, that's fine too. Let's make sure we know what to do here. Actually, no. I think we leave these in place. They're not going to do too much to me this turn. Like, bolting can't really meaningfully hit As long as we don't have anybody who's too low on HP, we are fine against bolting. It's not actually that bad. I say that now, of course, but we'll find out. It's also got a fairly low hit, I think, so it's not too concerning. So Ivy hits, and then, yeah, we actually need Chloe to hit too. Then pull these guys back. So Magma Crater, we hold this position, then this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll be able to stand here, and we're okay. So, let's do a test attack first. I want to see
Emblem, engage!
how Astra is going to perform. This is really important to know. It does okay against Soren. Not perfectly, but well enough. And we can also snipe mages around him, which is important. This turn, however, we're going to use... let's see. Brave Lance doesn't quite do it, but if we stand beside her... No, not quite. Okay, no, we'll engage. We'll use the bow. Yeah, we'll snipe both. And stand in this corner location. Is this... Oh, this is magma, okay. So we don't stand there, we stand here. I think she should be okay. We just kind of get in the middle there to walk things off properly. Yeah.
A good wind.
Knocking everything out. And yeah, Seed All can refresh her from this location and we'll be fine. Just wait here. Back with Brianak, I think. Or we use Ike's power, which is probably best because then we can buff resilience rather. The only thing is that the dodge will be 0 against bolting, but bolting, what's the hit percentage anyway? Yeah, so bolting will definitely hit him, but will reduce the damage significantly, so it doesn't actually matter. So we're going to go engage.
Won't you join me?
I'll just draw into swords. Resilience +3. It's going to be a drop in the bucket, but... Oh, actually, maybe we should go hammer. No, these are heroes, okay, so... We'll go either. Irvin. Yeah, if I'm engaged, then I've got significant damage reduction. I think so, anyway. Okay. And yeah, somebody's gonna get hit, but... Yeah, so she can hit and then pull out by 2.
can't retreat now.
She's going to hit here. And, oh, I see the Thoron range. Yeah, you got to watch out for the Thoron range. Which you can fight back against just fine, but, you know, we'll be cautious. Also, how is this able to hit? Oh, yeah, because spear. That's okay. It's not actually going to hit too hard. So I think we actually just have to pull back one spot. After attacking into this guy. Yeah. We'll take some damage. It won't be too much.
Nothing left of you.
And it even gives you fair warning. Okay. And it even heals our ally with quality time, which I always forget to actually use. Okay, so we definitely need to heal up. Probably heal up Vale immediately and have her stand on something. Fagato's in kind of big trouble as well, to be honest. Resilience 27, he's still going to get hit pretty hard. Maybe 12 damage from bolting. And I think his bolting does have a little bit of crit attached to it, which hopefully will not kill me. And by a little bit of crit, I mean like 19 crit, which is actually kind of bad. What's my dodge right now? Low. Yeah, it's not a great place to be in. Okay. In that case, let's see how we'll stand. Bill will stand on one of these locations. Marin will stand up here. And Sean will stand up here and heal her.
I'll do my best.
We'll see if anybody gets nuked. If somebody very early in this turn, then obviously things will be complicated. But we'll just draw everybody into the killing field. I hope. Let's see how it goes. Moment of truth. Yeah, everybody gets whittled down pretty significantly. Most of the heals have been taken out. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I didn't expect that to hit that badly. Oh, this is going to be tight. Well, I mean, I didn't know what the Cataclysm was going to do. I mean, it does a triple attack with all three elements, but it wasn't clear on the range. That's okay. We survived. That went really badly, but good thing we did the 10-point heal with quality time. Otherwise, that would have definitely nuked poor Citrine. And look at that. Ike in combination with Magma. There's a ton. Yeah, 10 HP exactly. So very, very fortunate that we stood there for quality time. We will win this turn. He's standing close enough that I can just attack into him and not worry about spacing. We also have the attack from Vale. So it's a question of, do we need to loot anybody else back here? Probably not, but if we really want to, we can. Okay, let's see, what kind of attacks are we dealing with here that would allow me kill? Brave Lance. We can hit 3 times with Brave Lance and that's dead, so Yeah, let's just win this turn. No need to fuss about it.
Count on
We
me.
are limited by where Vale can stand. That's the main issue. So Chloe would need to canter back here. Cedal would double her and canter back here probably. And we could activate somebody up in the smoke, but maybe that's not very wise. Let's see if we can get Radiant Bow down here. That doesn't quite kill, but... it's close enough that if we had or stand beside the right character, it would do it.
I am worn down.
Yeah, let's just kill everything we can. Okay, luckily no reflect this time. That would have killed me if we still had reflect to deal with. Ivy can kill one. Ivy can probably even kill some of this stuff back here. Again, limited by where Vale can stand. Yeah, Ivy can in fact stand here. Let's do the thing I said I would do with Chloe. Brave Lance and up one spot, right? Let me see if we've calculated this properly. Yeah, Brave Lance and up one spot.
A good wind.
Okay, we'll stand here. Marin and Roy can also poke this if necessary. And that way, we have Anna come in here, for instance. Then Marin and Roy can get the finisher. And also I can stand here. Actually, that's probably the best thing to do. Yeah, Killer Bow, well, I mean, with the crit, I might do it, but we'll do this instead.
Thank you.
Next, Cedal 1. Doesn't matter if Cedal stands in smoke. In fact, where is he? Where'd he go? Yeah, okay. Chloe and Lynn over here. So we'll see if we can actually get enough units down to kill both of these remaining ones afterwards. I think we can. Because basically we'd be able to stand over here. See it all. Chloe can just do the same attack. Brave lancing up. We're over-reliant on some of these super units of ours.
I can't retreat now.
No, you can't. Okay. Ivy and Corin, if we can go Thoron, that'd be great, but that doesn't quite hit for enough. Let's maybe get Fagato or somebody up here. Yeah. Or Alchrist, because Alchrist can maybe go down and nuke something. Thunder Bear. Yeah, because you can just have him stand there and might be able to get within range of something useful. Front of you, standing in smoke. And yeah, Seedall would be able to get somebody to double anyway, so let's engage. Got a stance.
It's over.
And do we want her to give somebody an adjacency bonus? She doesn't really have anywhere good to stand, but maybe she can help out with a longbow or something, so... Sure, we'll stand there. Right in the magma. Can Alchrist kill something? Yes, he can. Farm some XP with him. Maybe get him up to the second seal. Actual leveling in this game, imagine that. Okay. Anna and Hector should be able to take out this guy with a killer bow. No trouble. And no window shopping either. Okay. We can take remaining units to just stand on locations to pick up loot. Even if it's, you know, a handful of bond fragments or something. That's all it is. And if we calculated this correctly, I mean, we should see if we can actually kill someone other than Chloe for change, but, you know, we don't need to get too fancy about this. This is pretty good, actually. We could have had Marin stand here. And this would kill at 100%, so let's actually give Marin a kill so we don't just have Chloe be a total experience hog. Seedall can, in fact, reload somebody else as well. I don't know if we want to do any frivolous XP farming here, but... yeah, we actually have more moves to do with than we can actually realistically use. We could get somebody to stand on this stuff to pick up money. Like, bring him over here. Dance with Anne and Hector. Elixir. We've got so many of those that we never use. Yeah, Marin and Roy will get the kill. Ivy and Corin can go over here. And why not? I don't think I get any experience off of this, but... anything else for us to do this turn? Not really. Can't stand over here. Nothing down here. Okay, let's just win. Let's just win the map.
I'm sorry.
Actually, I should have checked for some kind of unique interaction for attacking into him with Ike, except for Sluey and Ike are way out of the way, and attacking into a magic user with them would have been very unwise. So that went well. I think I actually took shorter on this map than I did in the previous one, so despite the 25 turn estimate, that was pretty efficient. Only problem, as with the map before that, of course, was just walking into the crit that one time with Ivy. But that's another one down. And we've got 2 more to go. That is all we'll have time for today, though, so let's loot the map.
Don't look so
Maybe
nervous.
take a quick look at what Soren will do, and then we'll be logging off pretty soon.
Does that mean you'll join us?
Yes,
I
it
am
is.
willing. though I suspect my involvement might cause problems for you.
What makes you say that?
I sense you will find my advice difficult to follow. As an example, my mercenary group was tasked with sheltering the princess of a ruined country. At one point, we were surrounded by enemy soldiers looking to capture her.
I actually kind of like the rather crotchety voice direction that they have for Soren here.
As the group's strategist, my advice to our commander
Like he's
was
just
to
sort of
surrender her immediately.
sick of not being listened to.
My logic was that
Utterly
as
sick of it.
mercenaries, gold was our priority. Circumstances later changed, but
You're right to think I would disagree with that advice. Difficult decisions need to be looked at from every angle. So I actually think it's a good thing that we have such different perspectives.
I could debate you on that point,
I like a
but
good
I don't
pragmatist.
see it getting us anywhere.
He's going to be a valued
Instead,
addition to the team.
Let me give you this advice.
What do you mean by that?
War is cruel. Wishful thinking won't bring you victory. If war has taught me anything, it's that sheer determination can alter the course of history. So go on believing as you do. I will support that.
I understand. Thank you, Emblem Soren. I know there will be hard choices ahead. In the meantime, it's great to have you with us.
Okay.
Looks like you and I get to team
Nice
up
to
again. It's good
have a
to
map
see
with a
you,
big party
Soren.
again, and as we expected, here's the interaction with Ike.
If I'd known you were here, I'd have joined right away.
Yeah, why did you
Should've
say
said
something at the
something
beginning
sooner.
of the map?
No harm in a bit
Like
of
a
extra
sensible
training.
emblem.
May I ask you a favor?
Sure.
I'd like to resume my post. If you'll have me.
I figured it was only a matter of time until you asked me that. I trust you more than anyone.
Thank you, Ike. Serving you gives me purpose.
You have to revisit Path of Radiance at some point. Offensive magic manipulating the conditions of a battle. Oh, so he can create a taunt. More likely? How much more likely? But actually manipulating enemy targeting very deliberately could be a huge bonus in this game. Not something you typically have too much control over in Fire Emblem, apart from just, playing the AI and baiting it to something obvious. But you could do some interesting setups here, especially with some of the counter-attacking abilities on the other emblems. Bolting is his engage weapon. Okay, flare. And reflect was just a staff, so it's not reflected here, but and engage was his triple attack that we nearly died to just now. Very lucky save there from kind of accidentally positioning Ivy to heal Citrin on the last turn, on a penultimate turn rather. Okay, let's loot the map.
Not bad.
And no pets here, of course. Seems a bit like a hostile environment for that to happen. So we'll just walk around this space and admire the view. Okay, only one new support, Vale and Marin. I mean, a lot of other members of this core party are A support already. And Citrin, of course, will have Celica at 20, which we will want to see very briefly once we are back out on the world map. So, I don't know if there's any more unique dialogue with anybody here, but
Listen to this!
the rest is just a typical stuff, I think. It would have been nice if Ike decided to hang out here, but let's go. Okay, so we're going to wind down at this point. Might look at the remaining support conversations, bond conversations. But that will pretty much be it, apart from looking at what Soren actually does ability-wise, which I would like to see. Yeah, anima focus. So if you have a multi-element attacker, kind of like what we do with Ivy, in fact, where we use her as a debuffing machine anyway. Although, yeah, I guess we've hardly used wind magic in this game because type effectiveness just hasn't been very strong. So might finally have a reason to use Excalibur on somebody. Block recovery, interesting. All these tactical ideas. There's some type bonuses on Cataclysm and Flare as well on a dragon. We'll look at that in a moment. Grants a chance to foe remain broken. Right, we saw that. Except... oh, and here's Excalibur. Yeah, interesting how this game tries to incorporate all the items that you don't get as part of your basic set. And that the top tier abilities and spells get woven into the emblems instead, so... only a matter of time before we got this one. And a lot of magic and res, and so... yeah, if you want someone who's going to go magic versus magic, this is the guy. Ah, okay, type effectiveness. This is interesting. I wonder if this is a really expensive ability, in fact. That you can put type effectiveness on anybody and get a massive bonus off of that. Critical rate is doubled. And sets terrain on fire. Yeah, so you'll have a couple of other bonuses, I guess. Whoops. Let's see. Yeah, recovers 100 if you do it with one of our adepts. Just want to see the type bonuses, really. I did expect it would be one with the mages. And that's something that we saw on him directly because Soren was mystical in that previous map. So I think that's it, though. It's just with the mages and the dragons. Okay. Don't know who, if anybody, will put him on right away since our mages are pretty full up. When it comes to what they're using already. But that's the peril of doing this content so late in the game when you've already completed all the main content. Let's check the supports and then we're going to log off after that.
Oh, you are so incredible, Lady Vale. Your hair, your skin, the way you carry yourself.
I suppose.
I do what I can with my own appearance,
I've been playing
but
too much
I can't come anywhere near your level of cool.
Rhythm Heaven, which I picked up as my last thing on 3DS since it's no longer available on the eShop and in North America completely unavailable for the 3DS completely. Because now every time I hear somebody say, I suppose, as anybody who knows the fan club minigame in the Rhythm Heaven series knows, that is a cue for a particular rhythmic pattern. I suppose, yeah.
As a dragon,
Marin's so obsessed with being cool.
I don't think
If you
I
want to
do
be
anything
cool,
special.
you gotta do the I suppose cue from Rhythm Heaven.
You look this cool without doing anything special?
Yeah, she does.
I wonder, do you only find me cool because I'm a dragon?
Oh, no, Lady Vale, not at all. But I have to ask, do you feel ashamed that you're a dragon?
Yes, of course I do.
That's not your fault. That's their fault.
But I must have some bad qualities for people to hate me that much.
Nobody is perfect. Nobody. You have to embrace who you are and what you are.
Wonderful?
Exactly. Dragons are unusual and unique and wonderful.
You are very convincing. If you believe it, then maybe I can try to believe it too.
Okay, then it's just a bond conversation with Citrin and Selka, C and C.
You're skilled at magic, right, Celica?
I'd be happy to teach you, but I don't need any payment.
Our dynamic. I hope I'm not presuming too much.
Not presumptuous at all. That's precisely what I was saying.
Okay, that's done. And as with all the level 20s, that's just deep synergy. Alright. That's it for now. Next time is going to be the Underground Passage, which recommends 35 turns, but if we manage to reduce a supposedly 25 turn map to 8, maybe we could do things efficiently here as well. 2 maps done today, haven't done that in a while. 2 time crystal activations, unfortunately. That's what happens when you don't read the crit numbers and when you do silly things like build weapons with a severe negative penalty to dodge. I guess that does in fact make a difference in terms of removing all the critical mitigation that is just taken for granted with the other weapons that you've been using throughout the whole experience. But we're going to log off from here. That's it for today. I don't know if with the numbers we're pulling, if we'll bother with the rate, but either way, we will continue with this soon enough. It is going to be back to Mario Maker for the next stream, as is typical for the weekend, but then when we continue with this, we'll see if we can squeeze in Fel Xenologue as well. 2 maps, probably 2 streams, maybe 1 if we're especially lucky. Thanks for watching. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you enjoyed whatever it is you saw here. And until we meet again for either this game or any other, have a great time ahead of you and fare thee well.